Malcolm doesn't have any memories of his past, Hans decides to harass Malcolm and make him pay for his previous crimes. Calling out to Malcolm, who nervously responds to his name being called, Hans points at the cane held by Malcolm, saying it looks nice. In this way, Hans takes the cane from Malcolm. Hans then notices the undead zombie who had attacked Jeffy, lying among the pile of other killed undead. Raising his hand at the pile, Hans wishes every undead to rest in peace as he sets all the undead on fire. Meanwhile, back on Earth in his room, Han Song-hyun looks super pleased, exclaiming that the food he ate was delicious. Taking out his phone, he decides to check the current price of gold. Back in the other world, Hans had found a place filled with plenty of gold, so Han Song-hyun plans to sell it. Raising his hand, he summons Hans. Instantly, Hans teleports into the room right before Han Song-hyun, releasing a powerful aura that startles him. Seeing the look on Hans's face, Han Song-hyun begins sweating in fear and hurriedly cancels the summon. As Hans disappears, Han Song-hyun breathes heavily, claiming he thought he would die from the pressure of the aura. Unsure of what to do now, Han Song-hyun thinks he should strengthen his unique skill first, so he calls out to the karma shop. He sees that he has earned more karma and now has around 700k, so he clicks on unique skill strengthen, costing 300k karma. The system informs Han Song-hyun that as his unique skill grows, the number of avatars he can have increases. The system also notifies him that his mental strength has exceeded the standard, granting him a new skill, Serenity, which can protect him from mental attacks. With this new skill, Han Song-hyun summons Hans back and begins collecting the gold. Unlike before, he feels no difference standing beside Hans. Han Song-hyun is surprised that he keeps acquiring new skills just like that. After collecting all the gold into a bag, Han Song-hyun decides to go sell it. Arriving at the jewelry store, he places the bag of treasures before the sellers, who are in awe at the sight of so much treasure. Telling the sellers to deposit all the money into his account, Han Song-hyun turns to leave the shop. On his way out, he claims to have Hans hidden in his shadow using dark magic in case of emergencies. Not only that, Han Song-hyun has also put a mask on Hans to be prepared for when he needs to summon him. However, since nothing has happened, he thinks he worried for nothing, when suddenly, the jewelry store explodes. A large wolf-like monster and a masked man are the thieves who just robbed the jewelry, with the wolf man exclaiming they've hit the jackpot. He excitedly notes they never expected to find so much gold, while the masked man tells the wolf man to shut up and run. The man climbs onto the wolf man's back, and the wolf man begins fleeing away. Han Song-hyun looks up at the thieves in horror as someone's plea for help fills the air. These thieves are commonly known as villains, who commit crimes using their awakened powers. There are also guardians, who use their awakened powers to help the citizens. Suddenly, Han Song-hyun gets a vision of 2 years ago when an explosion caused him to injure his legs. In the present, the wolfman punches Han Song-hyun hard in the face to push him out of the way. Clutching his cheek in pain, Han Song-hyun doesn't act, hoping the guardians will track down these villains. Despite having powers now, Han Song-hyun freezes in fear, unable to do anything. Meanwhile, the villains continue to flee, pleased that everything is going according to their plan. The masked man says they need to join Portal and escape, while the wolf man notes that she is waiting for them nearby. However, when the two reach Portal, they find her lying unconscious on the ground. The wolf man kneels by Portal and tries to wake her up, while the masked man notices a skeleton nearby and tells the wolf man to look over there. Seeing the undead, the wolf man asks if it is a guardian, while the masked man points out that it's not a guardian. Han Song-hyun may be too afraid to act, but Hans is not like that. He can do everything. 3 personnel rush hurriedly towards a nearby alley. These 3 are the guardians, pursuing the wolf man and the masked man. Upon arriving, the guardians are shocked to find all 3 villains defeated and passed out. Realizing this, they deduce that someone must have fought these villains and then vanished. Since it hasn't been long, the head of the guardians orders the others to search everywhere. Silently and stealthily, Hans returns to his shadow form and slithers away. Returning to Han Song-hyun, Hans hides back into his shadow. Stretching his arms with a smile, Han Song-hyun exclaims that it feels refreshing. On his way back to his apartment, he thinks relieving stress by beating up villains might be a good idea. Meanwhile, in the other world, Heinz, Han Song-hyun's second avatar, is pleased with something he sees. Standing at the gate of a town, he happily exclaims that he has finally arrived. Following the chief's instructions, Heinz realizes the chief didn't lie after all. Humming merrily, Heinz enters the town through the gate, looking forward to adventures in this world. However, upon entering, he finds the town completely empty, with no one in sight. Discovering that the townsfolk do not conduct security checks nor show interest in foreigners, Heinz finds it kind of boring. While walking along the street, he sees tough-looking men threatening a girl who is begging for more time. The bald man warns the girl to pay back 2 silver coins in 3 days, or they will have no choice. Seeing this, Heinz assumes those men are thugs and that the girl might be exploited, so he decides to stay out of it. The girl accidentally collides with Heinz, letting out a painful groan. She bows down and apologizes to him. Heinz asks the girl if she knows this town, hoping she can guide him. Looking puzzled, the girl asks Heinz who he is. Taking out 2 silver coins, Heinz declares he is the girl's soon-to-be employer. He then asks if they should discuss the working conditions. As night falls, the girl takes Heinz to accommodations where he can stay. The girl's name is Diana. She explains that she is earning money to care for her little sibling after their parents died. Diana tells Heinz that the thugs were threatening her for not paying them back, as Heinz pays her the 2 silver coins and tells her to come to him the next morning as a guide. Lying on his back in bed, Heinz thinks he is doing a good deed helping Diana, even if he is getting ripped off. Feeling tired, he decides to sleep now. He wakes up early in the morning, unable to sleep more due to the uncomfortable bed. Hearing someone sneeze outside, Heinz gets out of bed and heads to the window. Looking out, he sees Diana is already waiting for him. Seeing Heinz, Diana happily greets him while he asks why she is there at dawn. After buying breakfast for Diana, Heinz tells her not to wait for him so early in the morning and to come during lunchtime instead. Gulping down her food ravenously, Diana says she understands and calls Heinz a juicy. She points to the remaining food on Heinz's plate, asking if he will eat it, and he tells her to eat if she is hungry. Thanking Heinz happily, Diana takes the loaf of bread and places it in her bag. From what Heinz has learned, this town is named Azanthu, a small town in the western part of the Talia kingdom. Placing his hand on the wall, Heinz notes that while this town looks like an ordinary medieval town, it has a particular symbol written all over it. Analyzing the symbol closely, Heinz points out that it's not paint, and Diana confirms it is blood. Heinz, who knew this, pretends to be ignorant and says he didn't know. Diana reveals that Heinz ate soup with venison yesterday, which startles him as he asks how she knew. Pointing to her nose, Diana claims she has a good sense of smell. As they continue their tour, Heinz asks about the symbol, and Diana explains that it's the emblem of an organization called Varkalak that oversees the road. While explaining this, Diana stops, causing Heinz to bump into her. Heinz asks what's wrong, and Diana claims she can smell something. Curious, Heinz asks about the smell, and Diana enthusiastically says she can smell the scent of freshly baked bread and suggests Heinz try it. Heinz reminds Diana that she just ate a moment ago, but she insists she can eat everything. From a dark alley somewhere, an unusual scent is wafting into the town. The scent appears to come from a corpse inside a house. A few days later, Heinz is waiting for Diana, leaning against the wall and noting she has never been late before. At that moment, the bald man calls out to Heinz. The bald man and his friend stand before Heinz, claiming they need to talk. Heinz takes out a handful of silver coins and offers them to the thugs, saying it's for them to maintain public order, pleasing them. Noticing the symbol he saw on the wall tattooed on the bald man's neck, Heinz recalls Diana warning him against lurking in the back alleys. He wonders what these thugs did to make Diana so scared. As they walk away, the man with hair asks the bald man why they captured the kid, and the bald man replies he doesn't know and just did what he was told. Hearing this, Heinz gets on guard, wondering if the kid refers to Diana. He then shouts after the thugs, telling them to stop. Deciding to act now, Heinz prepares to face the thugs, thinking that if things go out of control, he can just cancel the summon and return to Earth. He tells the thugs he's curious about something. However, at that moment, Diana arrives there and calls out to Heinz. Cracking his knuckles, the bald man asks Heinz what he is curious about. Seeing that Diana is safe, Heinz quickly comes up with an excuse, claiming he was curious if the silver coins he gave would be enough. With his pouch empty after giving away every coin he had to the thugs, Heinz gets angry and asks Diana why she was late, declaring she won't get food today. With fear in her eyes, Diana tells him that her little brother has disappeared. Tears streaming down her face, she explains that her brother got healthy recently eating the food Heinz provided, but now he's nowhere to be found. Heinz wonders if the little kid the thugs mentioned is actually Diana's brother. He asks Diana if there's a chance those thugs could have captured her brother, mentioning he overheard them talking about kidnapping a little kid. Upon hearing this, Diana begins to cry loudly, and Heinz, taken aback, assures her not to worry, promising to pay any ransom to free her brother. Now crying even louder, Diana wails that if those men took her brother, they would kill him, as they want blood, not money. Startled by this, Hines asks why they want blood, and Diana reveals that this town is a food storage for vampires. Standing on a rooftop and looking down at the undead lying dead on the ground, a vampire rejoices at the smell of dark manna in the air. The vampire wonders if there was an internal conflict because of the fragment of the immortal king, claiming he was planning to take it away once it matured. Flexing his pointed fangs, the vampire states that although he doesn't know who possesses the fragment, he knows where it's headed and declares he will catch them very soon. Hines asks if Diana really means vampires, and she confirms, revealing that all organizations, including Varkalak, are run by vampires. Wiping the tears running down her cheeks, Diana states that anyone who has managed to escape the city ends up dying. Still crying, Diana claims she and her brother were doing just fine, trying their best every day. Sitting on her knees, she sobs that in the end, she and her brother are going to get eaten. After listening to all this, Hines grabs Diana's head, shouting at her to snap out of it. He tells her that if what she is saying is true, then they don't have much time, and asks if she knows where her brother could have been taken. Not believing Hines's words, Diana asks him if he will really help her. She reminds him that it's impossible to go against the vampires, but Hines smiles and assures Diana not to worry. He tells Diana that he is an expert at giving bad bastards a hard time. That evening in the Traven, the thugs from before are gambling, playing cards, where the Baldy says he robbed someone outside to get this much money. Right at that moment, Hines kicks the door to the Traven open and walks in. The thugs turn to face Hines while the dude in the blue shirt stands up. Recognizing Hines, the thug laughs and mocks him, asking if he's the one they robbed outside and if he came to donate again. The thugs continue making fun of Hines, asking how he got in when there were guards outside, unaware that Hines has already beaten the crap out of those guards. Hines speaks in a serious tone, telling the thugs to tell him where they took the kid they mentioned earlier. Looking angry, the thug threateningly points at Hines, asking if he knows who he is messing with, not aware of the knife Hines is hiding behind his back. Without warning, Hines attacks the thug with the knife. Hines states that he knows what scum these thugs are, people who mess with other families for money. He shouts out, calling the thugs trash. With one thug down, there are two thugs inside that Hines needs to take care of now. The two thugs see their partner killed and both withdraw their own weapons, asking Hines what he is doing. Having the durability and super recovery skills, Hines is confident he can do this as he charges at the remaining thugs. He swings his knife at the bald thug, who dodges it. Meanwhile, the other thug takes the chance and strikes Hines with his own dagger. However, the dagger doesn't even scratch Hines and only cuts his jacket, bewildering the thug. Hines quickly counterattacks and kills that thug as well. As the thug falls dead to the ground, Hines reveals that he is wearing a stab-proof vest. The Baldy raises his axe, preparing to attack Hines from behind, but Hines is too quick. He turns around and summons a magic barrier, deflecting the Baldy's attack. The Baldy is baffled, seeing that Hines can use magic too, and before he can ask how Hines has magic tools, he also gets killed. Hines is relieved that he brought some magic tools with him that came in handy just now. Now with all the thugs dead, Hines takes a sigh of relief, glad it's all over. However, it's not over, as half a dozen more thugs come down the stairs upon hearing the commotion. Noticing Hines, the thugs quickly charge at him as Hines curses himself for getting into this trouble. The fight rages on, and Hines fights with everything he's got, taking down the thugs one by one. After a few minutes, Hines gets exhausted and sustains a lot of injuries but manages to take down everyone. Pulling the knife that pierced him, he notes that he lost count while fighting. As his injury begins to heal fast, he calls out to a thug he kept alive. Placing his foot on the thug's head, Hines asks him where they took the boy they captured, but the thug refuses to answer. The thug says that Hines looks like an outsider and warns him that he will regret doing all this. He claims that his boss will be arriving here soon, and when he does, Hines will meet his end. Thanking the thug for the information, Hines finishes him off too, telling him to worry about his own life. With some effort, Hines manages to locate Diana's brother Aaron, locked in a room. Seeing Hines there, Aaron starts trembling in fear and begs to be spared. Kneeling before Aaron, Hines tries to calm him down, telling him his sister sent him to save him. Aaron asks Hines if he really knows his sister, and Hines affirms it, offering to explain everything when they leave. Just as a vampire in bat form flies toward the house, the vampire lands on the window and hears Hines talking about getting out of there. Taking his form back to human, the vampire asks Heinz who he is daring to take his food out of his restaurant. The vampire says he will be eating the kid and asks Heinz if he is from the Vow of Defiance while Heinz turns around in alarm. The vampire asks Heinz if he knows what happens to those who defy him. Grinning, Heinz says he's just someone whom the thugs robbed and he is here to help the kid. Raising his hand, the vampire says it's boring and claims he prefers boys as his meal. He then shoots a blood-type attack at Heinz, releasing streams of blood from his palm. Heinz shouts at Aaron to run and places himself before Aaron to shield him from the blood. The blood attack causes the whole floor to collapse, sending Heinz and Aaron crashing down to the lower floor. Getting up, Heinz shakes Aaron, asking if he's hurt and if he's okay. As they are near the door, Heinz tells Aaron to hurry and run outside as the vampire also lands down, noting that Heinz just dodged his attack. Flexing his sharp claws, the vampire admits Heinz is faster than he thought, and he charges at Heinz, stating that killing him will be a nice warm-up. Heinz raises his sword before him and gets into defense while pushing Aaron out of the way, telling him to run. The vampire swings his arm at Heinz, who blocks it with his sword. The nails on the vampire's hand now grow tenfold as he swings his arm at Heinz. Unable to dodge the attack, Heinz gets pierced by the sharp nails of the vampire. With his nails still piercing Heinz's chest, the vampire acknowledges that Heinz's strength and recovery ability are quite impressive. Licking his lips, the vampire notes that although he didn't plan to eat Heinz, it will now be quite a delicacy. Not wanting to just sit and do nothing, Heinz clenches his fingers into a fist. The vampire notices this, and before Heinz can make a move, his hand gets severed from his arm. Heinz lets out a loud groan of pain as the vampire declares Heinz's meaningless resistance will end now. Opening his mouth and revealing his fangs, the vampire gets ready to suck Heinz's blood as a price for defying him. Heinz, who has a magic item in his mouth, begins to crush it, ready to die and take the vampire along with him. Suddenly, Heinz's body becomes engulfed in fire, which spreads wide. Taken aback by the sudden burst of fire, the vampire asks Heinz if he had planned this fire all along. Heinz reveals that when he was slammed to the ground earlier, he saw the alcohol spread across the floor and got an idea. Right then, he had planned to use the alcohol and the magic tool he has to turn the situation around. Now realizing he can't win, Heinz lights himself on fire, intending to take the vampire with him and burn the whole place to the ground. The vampire tries to distance himself from Heinz and pushes him off. Thinking he's free, the vampire smiles, calling Heinz a fragile piece of flesh. But to his horror, Heinz lunges at him and headbutts him with force. The vampire gets slammed onto the ground, and Heinz takes the chance to lunge at the vampire. Shouting out loud, Heinz jumps on top of the vampire, who screams in fear. Drowning the vampire's scream, the restaurant explodes, releasing tremendous fire everywhere. The fire spreads everywhere, engulfing the entire restaurant within seconds and setting it ablaze. Inside, Heinz finds it impressive that, despite being on fire, he is still alive. In such a dire situation, Heinz admits that being too strong can be a problem as well. However, the more important matter is the mission he assigned himself, to save the unfortunate girl. The mission is successful, and Diana is reunited with her brother as they shout for Heinz outside the restaurant. Han Sung-hyun receives notification that Heinz has died and will respawn in 7 days. Meanwhile, Diana has started a new job polishing shoes and makes a living from it. Having worked hard, Diana wipes the sweat from her forehead when a customer walks by, asking to have his shoes polished. With a happy expression, Diana turns around and tells the customer to take a seat. Just then, her eyes fall on the customer's face, and she realizes it's Heinz. She happily jumps into his arms and hugs him. Patting Diana's head, Heinz smiles back, assuring her that he is safe and not someone who would fall easily. However, this is a lie, as Heinz actually died in the fire. It would take a whole week for Heinz to respawn, which would worry Diana. To prevent that, Han Sung-hyun had decided to operate a new character until Heinz respawns. This new character is also named Heinz. Han Sung-hyun then sent this avatar into the world as soon as possible, ensuring Diana never learns the real Heinz has died. Han Sung-hyun was certain that Diana would believe the new avatar is really Heinz. This is because the soul's essence remains the same as it was in the previous Heinz. Looking worried, Diana tells Heinz he can't stay here anymore, as the vampires are searching for him. Giving a reassuring smile, Heinz assures Diana not to worry, claiming he has figured everything out. With the immortal King Hans on his side, Heinz feels no fear of the vampires. Later that day, Heinz is in his room, reviewing the system and noting he must wait 10 days for the interdimensional transmission. While he is focused on this, a bat, possibly another vampire, flies toward the window behind him. Suddenly, the window blasts open, and the vampire grabs Heinz's neck from behind, taking him by surprise. Forcing Heinz to the wall, the vampire demands to know if he did it. Still gripping Heinz's neck, the vampire states that the traces leading to him are clear. With a smirk, the vampire questions how an outsider can remain under the jurisdiction of their slain vampire. Choked and unable to muster any strength, Heinz realizes this vampire is too powerful. The vampire notes he cannot sense the aura of dark magic nor smell the blood of his kin. Hearing this, Heinz asks what the vampire means, claiming he does not understand what is happening. With a grin, the vampire asks if Heinz truly does not understand the situation. Biting hard into Heinz's neck, the vampire confirms if he really does not understand. Releasing the bite, the vampire licks his lips and states he will ask again slowly. He also claims that Heinz will be unable to lie anymore. Suddenly, Heinz begins transforming into a vampire after receiving the bite. The vampire then notes that he will question Heinz again. Heinz gains a special skill called Bloodline, Lesser Blood, and his previous skill Super Recovery changes to Regeneration. The vampire exerts an authority akin to powerful pressure, asking Heinz if he is truly unrelated to the Vow of Defiance. Heinz feels his body scream to submit to the higher vampire and affirms that he is just a traveler. However, Heinz grins, knowing he can choose to ignore the vampire if he wants. The Mind Hub skill acts as a filter, sifting through the instinct of submission in Heinz's blood. The vampire finally confirms that Heinz is not his enemy and turns to leave, instructing Heinz to follow him. Heinz decides to follow the vampire to gather information. The vampire takes Heinz to one of the branches of the Varkoslak clan, where the other vampires bow and greet him as Lord Wyrak. Noticing Heinz following Wyrak, the other vampires begin whispering, wondering if Heinz is Wyrak's new lesser blood. Suddenly, a female vampire grabs Heinz's arm from behind, exclaiming happily that a new lesser blood has come after so long. She introduces herself as Rosilika and asks for Heinz's name. Heinz introduces himself, and Rosilika offers him a glass of drink, claiming she is also a lesser blood like him. Smiling wide, Rosilika informs Heinz that the drink is freshly squeezed blood and encourages him to drink. Not wanting to arouse suspicion, Heinz quietly drinks. The moment the blood touches his lips, he feels a strong bloodlust, despite the Mind Hub filtering his body. Therefore, he decides to block the taste and smell before drinking the blood. Draining the cup, Heinz wipes his mouth and lies that the blood was good. Rosilika teases Heinz, saying if he were human, she would suck him dry. Laughing nervously, Heinz asks what lesser blood means. Hearing this question, Rosilika asks if Heinz knows anything about vampires at all. She then explains that lesser blood is like the knight rank among humans, while purebloods like Lord Wyrak are nobility. On the other hand, the clan leaders, known as true blood, are royalty, and there's saint blood, which represents a kind of faith. Heinz asks what faith means, and Rosilika notes that it refers to their progenitor, the one they must absolutely obey. At that moment, Lord Wyrak walks onto the veranda of the second floor and looks down at the hall, gathering the attention of all the vampires. With everyone gathered, Lord Wyrak suggests they get to the point. He informs the vampires present that the fragments of the Immortal King that the Vow of Defiance had are missing. He explains that it has been confirmed the fragment was last headed toward the city before vanishing without a trace, indicating it may have already entered the city. Hearing about the fragments, Heinz is taken aback, while Rosilika asks if he doesn't know about them. She tells Heinz about a group of dark mages in a nearby village cultivating the fragments of the Immortal King, and Heinz is shocked to learn those individuals were the Vow of Defiance. Lord Wyrak then assigns all the vampires to different areas to search and report back. After the meeting concludes, Heinz and Rosilika begin their journey back. On the way, Rosilika holds an umbrella over her head to shield herself from the sun. Without an umbrella, Heinz covers his head with cloth, explaining that exposure to sunlight makes him feel weak. Rosilika sighs, noting that it is surprising the fragments have disappeared, and that moving their fragments here was a waste of effort. Hearing this, Heinz asks Rosilika what she means by our fragments, questioning if there are more fragments of the Immortal King in this town. Rosilika confirms this and explains that the dark mages said they would fuse the cultivated fragments with those already present in the town. Realizing this, Heinz thinks he got lucky, assuming that Lord Wyrak must be guarding the remaining fragments here. To ensure his theory is correct, he steps in front of Rosilika and impatiently asks if she knows the location of the fragments. Laughing, Rosilika replies that someone like her would never know such information. Later that day, upon hearing Heinz is curious about the fragments, Diana says she might know something. Puzzled, Heinz asks what she knows, and Diana replies that she knows where the fragments of the immortal king are. Hearing this, Heinz shouts in shock, completely baffled and surprised. Unable to believe it, Heinz asks Diana if she really knows where the fragments of the immortal king are. Diana, sitting on the other side of the table during dinner, confirms that she knows. She then explains that about a year ago, she used to work on cleaning the tomb. During that time, every Friday, some members of the Varkalak organization would visit the stone chamber. Each time they opened the stone chamber, a terrible and evil smell would escape. Hearing this, Heinz thinks it is definitely worth investigating. Standing up, he thanks Diana for the valuable information and says he will go investigate it, telling the siblings to stay hidden in the meantime. As Heinz is about to leave, Diana grabs his hand to stop him. She leans closer to Heinz and notes that his smell is a bit different. Aware that Diana's nose can't be fooled, Heinz reveals the truth and shows her his fangs. Seeing this, Diana is shocked, but Heinz assures her he won't do her any harm. With a serious tone, Diana says that if it gets tough for Heinz, she gives him permission to drink a little of her blood. Her arm raised at Heinz, she begins to tremble and, with eyes closed, tells him not to overdo it and just drink a little of her blood. Giving a gentle smack on Diana's head, Heinz tells her to stop running her mouth. He then asks Diana for the exact location of the tomb. Meanwhile, at the tomb, a scream from someone shakes the air. Inside, a vampire's voice instructs the screaming person to get up and stand straight. The vampire asks the injured man if he wants to just die without fighting. Lifting a single finger, the vampire says that if the man can swing his sword at him even once, he will be allowed to leave safely. Hearing this offer, the man lifts the sword with both hands, though fear is evident on his face. Screaming out loud, the man charges straight at the vampire, raising his sword. The vampire pulls back a punch, causing blood to swirl around his arm, and releases his hand forward, causing blood strings to fly toward the man and entangle him. The blood strings slam the man against the wall. He is unable to move as the blood strings begin piercing his body, and within a second, all the blood from his body gets sucked out, leaving him like a corpse. The vampire clicks his tongue and complains that it's all boring. He tells the worker there to clean up the mess and bring a sturdier one for the next sacrifice. The worker agrees and goes to clean the place up. While the worker is cleaning, he sees something and cautiously questions who's there. Suddenly half a dozen undead charge forward at the worker, taking him by surprise. After finishing him off, the undead then charge at the vampire, who is equally shocked to see them. He commands the other servants to attack the undead and get rid of them. As the undead charge at the vampire, dark mana begins to build up. The mana then turns into large spikes that hurl out of the ground right where the vampire is standing. Pierced by the spikes, the vampire asks who is doing this and if it is a necromancer from the Vow of Defiance. The vampire questions the undead about how they knew about this place, but Hans keeps silent and doesn't answer. The vampire notes that Hans won't speak willingly and claims he doesn't care. He declares that he'll ask again after he leaves Hans's only head behind. Then he swings his hand before him, destroying the undead charging at him. The upper half of one of the undead separates from its lower half and flies into the air. Hearing the vampire speak about leaving only his head, Hans uses a dark spell, causing sharp bones to develop around the undead. Hans then unleashes attacks on the vampire, sending all the spiked undead flying at him while summoning undead arms right under the vampire's feet. Meanwhile, a fierce battle between the undead and vampires rages outside as one servant informs that reinforcements are on their way. Hearing this, the vampire notes that it's good and tells the others to continue supporting him. Just as Heinz arrives behind him, the vampire continues instructing his servants to stall for time until reinforcements arrive, but suddenly stops, feeling blood trickling down his face. For a moment, he is puzzled, as it appears Heinz has bitten him from behind. Now realizing what's happening, the vampire panics and asks Heinz if he has lost his mind. Just then, dark mana wraps around the vampire's hands, making him unable to attack, as he recognizes it as dark magic. The vampire becomes terrified and begins sweating, shouting for Hans and Heinz to stop. As his face drains of blood, he shouts that drinking the blood of your own kind is the biggest sin. After a few seconds, the vampire's entire body is drained of blood, leaving him a corpse as Heinz releases him. Wiping his mouth, Heinz points out that the mind-tainting trick the vampire tried on him doesn't work. Just then, he acquires a new skill called blood magic. With this new ability, Heinz raises his hand at the blood barrier before him, confident he can break it, but Hans notes they don't have enough time. If that's the case, Heinz decides to smash the barrier. Suddenly, a large explosion blows the roof of the structure apart, shaking the whole ground. Looking down into the tomb, Heinz and Hans exchange excited looks as they find what they were looking for. It's the second fragment of the Immortal King. Hans raises his hand and extends it toward the fragment to grab it. The moment he touches it, an overwhelming amount of negative energy is released into the surroundings. Even with Mind Hub filtering negative thoughts, Hans begins to feel despair. To overcome this, Han Sung-hyun directs all the clones' mental power to focus on Hans, shielding his mind from negative thoughts. The dark mana bellows upward into the sky, sending shockwaves in all directions, causing the vampires outside to shield their faces. Lord Wyrak, who just arrived, stares up into the sky in terror, realizing he is too late. From the hole in the roof, Hans rises into the sky, his eyes glowing blue with mana. Spotting him, the vampires begin shooting blood attacks at him. The attacks hit Hans but have no effect, only enraging him further as he prepares to use a spell. Swinging his arm, Hans instantly finishes off a vampire who lets out a scream before dying. Seeing the ominous figure of Hans, Lord Wyrak seems to realize something, as if recognizing him from somewhere. The skill regeneration that Hans had before evolves into the special skill Immortality. Hans also acquires the special skills Forbidden Knowledge and Archlit. The dark mana surges into the sky, towering so high that it becomes visible to two soldiers from a distance. The soldier on foot points out with urgency that the dark mana has erupted near the city of Azanthu. Suddenly, he begins to cough violently as the dark mana pollutes the air around him. The knight on horseback, alarmed by the sight, decides to return to the cathedral to report to the Saints. Gazing at the sky, the knight remarks that the fragmented dark mana is no ordinary occurrence, it signifies the resurrection of the Immortal King. Meanwhile, Wyrak is shielding his face with one arm, marveling at how the mana's strength has increased tenfold in mere seconds. Hans, now transformed into an Archlich, descends to the ground with new powers, including the ability to endlessly resurrect. Equipped with evil wisdom and forbidden knowledge traits, Hans now wields an unparalleled mastery of dark magic. With a single finger raised, Hans unleashes a smoky substance that engulfs Wyrak and the other vampire. Stunned by the sudden attack, Wyrak is left bewildered, unable to grasp Hans's intentions. The other vampire suggests they retreat and regroup elsewhere, but before he can act, a dark hand grabs him from behind and yanks him away. With his subordinate gone, Wyrak is overcome with terror, which escalates as dark mana spikes pierce through his body, eliciting a guttural groan of pain. Immobilized and impaled by the spikes, Wyrak's agonized screams fill the air as Hans approaches him menacingly. Hans acknowledges Wyrak's strength, but dismissively calls him nothing more than a mere bloodbag. Struggling to comprehend Hans's newfound power, Wyrak questions whether Hans fully absorbed the fragment. At that moment, Heinz lunges at Wyrak from behind, his fangs bared and ready to strike. With a pained scream, Wyrak collapses as Heinz smashes him to the ground. The system announces that Heinz has fulfilled the conditions for his special skill, Bloodline Lesser Blood, to evolve into Bloodline Pure Blood. Thrilled by his evolution into a pure blood, Heinz realizes that devouring other vampires will make him even stronger. While this unfolds, the remaining vampires have gathered in a distant forest, mourning their defeat after losing their Lord Wyrak. Among them, Rosilica weeps bitterly, lamenting to Lady Parita that had Parita been present earlier, the vampires wouldn't have fallen so easily. Lady Parita observes the overwhelming dark mana lingering in the air and notes the unmatched strength of their enemy. As dawn approaches, Lady Parita urges the group to retreat to their main base and await reinforcements. Meanwhile, in the city, a man sprints through the streets, gasping for breath and screaming as if fleeing from death itself. He pauses in an alley, curses his pursuer, and hopes he has finally evaded them. However, he is startled when Hans suddenly grabs his arm from behind, swiftly ending his life. After the battle, Hans remains in the city to eradicate the Varkalak remnants, while Heinz arranges for a small merchant group to escort the Diana siblings to safety. Resting now, Heinz takes charge of preparing a meal, showcasing his culinary skills. He serves steak to the siblings, who eagerly accept, their mouths watering at the aroma of the food. As they take their first bites, they thank Heinz warmly, who smiles and encourages them to eat to their heart's content. The siblings seem visibly happier, and Heinz notes they must feel relieved to have escaped the dangers of the city. Heinz asks if their uncle owns a shop in eastern Lapilas, and Diana confirms with a nod. However, Diana confesses with a nervous smile that she isn't sure whether their uncle will welcome them. Heinz decides he will provide the siblings with financial support if their uncle refuses to take them in. Growing attached to the siblings, Heinz feels an unfamiliar wave of emotion as he prepares to leave them behind. Sensing the change in Heinz's demeanor, Diana asks if he's okay or if he's low on blood flow. Laughing heartily, Heinz assures her he's fine, having already devoured the vampires from their previous village. Meanwhile, Hans is occupied with converting vampires into his undead servants and storing them within his system's subspace. Using the immense energy from his traits, Hans wonders if he can eventually open a subspace on Earth through further research. As Hans becomes lost in thought, a vampire suddenly appears above him, poised to attack. The vampire launches a swirl of blood magic that pierces through Hans, striking him cleanly. The attacker, introducing himself as Ovor Varkoslak, a true-blood vampire, demands to know why Hans remains in the vampire city. Varkoslak has returned with reinforcements to end Hans and accuses him of being part of the Vow of Defiance. Gripping the blood spear lodged in his chest, Hans defiantly confirms his allegiance to the Vow of Defiance. Varkoslak counters, claiming the Vow's hideout has already been destroyed, leaving no room for deception. Summoning a scythe made of blood, Varkoslak smirks and charges at Hans, vowing to kill him. Swinging the scythe with lethal precision, Varkoslak manages to slice Hans in half. To his astonishment, Hans instantly regenerates, his new abilities allowing him to recover as if nothing happened. Acknowledging Varkoslak's strength, Hans realizes that defeating a Trueblood will not be an easy task. Attempting to retreat, Hans crashes into a blood barrier that traps him with no escape. The vampire mages have conjured the barrier, ensuring Hans cannot flee from Varkoslak. Testing its strength, Hans concludes he can break the barrier but needs more time to master his new powers. The mages unleash enormous blood claws that fly toward Hans, aiming to tear him apart. Realizing his disadvantage, Hans decides to retreat but vows to meet Varkoslak again in the future. Han Song-hyun cancels the summon and prepares to teleport Hans out of this world. With a burst of dark magic, Hans vanishes into thin air, leaving Varkoslak and the others dumbfounded. Stunned, Varkoslak demands to know how Hans escaped the blood barrier. Suddenly, a vampire scout falls from above, an arrow embedded in his back. Varkoslak recognizes the arrow as belonging to the Holy Paladins. Another scout points out that the Paladin Order of the Church of the Supreme God has surrounded the tomb. Realizing he's been outmaneuvered, Varkoslak curses and clenches his fists in frustration. Meanwhile, Hans reappears in Han Song-hyun's room, receiving a thumbs up for his survival. Hans confidently states that he is the very embodiment of death, the Vow of Defiance, his tone oozing with ominous authority. Hearing Hans's words, Han Song-hyun leaps onto his bed, writhing as fear tangles and spreads through him. Clutching his head tightly, Han Song-hyun casts a terrified look, regretting what made Hans say such words. Hans removes his head, holds it proudly, and smirks as he boasts about single-handedly defeating an evil vampire group to save a powerless girl and the entire city. At these remarks, Han Song-hyun breaks into a smile, claiming that such heroic acts make him feel like a hero. Getting to his feet and stretching his arms lazily, Han Song-hyun wonders aloud how many karma points he must have collected. With curiosity piqued, he summons the karma shop, but his reaction instantly shifts to shock. The screen displays an astonishing 700,000 karma points, an amount so high that it makes him question how he earned it all. He assumes that the discord he caused among the dark mages and vampires must have left a significant ripple effect. Thrilled by his incredible balance, Han Song-hyun decides to use the points to enhance his unique skill. Upon enhancement, the system notifies him that the number of avatars he can summon has increased. Additionally, the system reveals that he has acquired a brand new special skill known as Persona, which intrigues him deeply. He learns that Persona is an exceptional ability that allows an avatar to act as a vessel capable of containing a person's emotions. The system explains that his unique skill evolves to suit him, and Han Song-hyun concludes it must have recognized his need for Persona. Reflecting on his journey in the game, Han Song-hyun recalls how he built connections with strangers and helped others defeat powerful enemies. Before all this, Han Song-hyun had been locked in his room for 2 years, and he realizes treating it like a game is what drives him forward. If it were about reality, Han Song-hyun admits he is still just a recluse, with the harsh truths he has avoided now staring him directly in the face. Mustering courage, Han Sung-hyun gathers all the loneliness, sadness, and anger he has suppressed and transfers those stagnant, rotting feelings into Hans. After letting go of those negative energies, Han Sung-hyun takes a deep breath, feeling refreshed. He wonders how Hans must feel now that he's burdened with all the negativity that was festering within him. Hans reassures Han Sung-hyun, saying pain and despair have always been his companions, so this is nothing new. Hearing Hans speak so naturally, Han Sung-hyun is taken aback, sensing Hans has developed his own emotions. Hans confirms that he is indeed an avatar filled with countless emotions, which is why he has grown his own personality over time. Han Sung-hyun is still bewildered when, out of nowhere, he hears a loud explosion behind him and turns his head in alarm. Looking out of the window, he spots smoke billowing into the sky and thinks that some villain must be attacking the city. Frustrated, he turns around and mutters that he doesn't care about the attack, leaving it to the Guardians, as he has no reason to fight. Confronting this statement, Hans asks Han Sung-hyun why he would need a reason to eradicate evil. Hearing Hans's words, Han Sung-hyun realizes that after transferring his negative emotions, Hans is now just reflecting his habitual avoidance. Deep down, Han Sung-hyun knows he desires to eliminate villains more than anything, but his lack of courage has kept him making excuses. Hans solemnly states that as chaos descends and the order of the world shakes, lawless people are rampaging everywhere, unchecked. Placing another mask over his already donned one, Hans declares with conviction that he will now become the law for evil people. Without hesitation, he takes off, forcing his way out through the building's rooftop as he soars into the dark, ominous sky. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, two Guardians discuss the recent villain attacks, noting the organized assaults across multiple locations. Overhearing this, Hans deduces that the villains must have formed some sort of faction to coordinate their chaos. To investigate, Hans summons two large, round eyeballs. The eyeballs snap open, and with a single command from Hans, they dart into the darkness. The eyes glide through alleys, meticulously scanning every shadowy corner. Somewhere in a dimly lit alley, two thugs have captured a helpless person and are holding him captive. One of the thugs lowers a burning cigarette toward the victim's skin when one of the eyeballs appears before them. Elsewhere, in a small house, a terrified mother cradles her child as a man approaches her menacingly, his belt raised to strike. Just as the man prepares to lash out, the second eyeball arrives there. In another part of the city, a thief breaks a window with a crowbar and sneaks into someone's room, oblivious. With a grin, the thief begins gathering valuables, entirely unaware of the eye behind him. Hans, controlling all the eyeballs, solemnly declares that he will punish everyone committing wrongs. Appearing before the masked thief, Hans grabs him by the throat, slamming him against the wall. Likewise, Hans materializes behind the abusive husband, locking his arm around the man's neck. He also appears before the bullies attempting to burn their victim and firmly grabs the thug's hand. Hans is like omnipresent, dealing with all three wrongdoers simultaneously, planting seeds of fear and darkness into their minds. Their blood-curdling screams echo through the silent night as they are overwhelmed by horrors. The real Hans clenches his fist, feeling himself grow more accustomed to the immense power he now wields. Fueled by a newfound purpose, he summons dozens of additional eyeballs around him, ready to continue his crusade. With arms extended, Hans releases the swarm of eyeballs, sending them flying toward the city to cleanse it of evil. Hans spends the night cleaning up the city, defeating criminals and delivering justice, feeling immensely satisfied. He finds the Eye of Darkness quite helpful but also quickly realizes its limitations. The limitation is that when the eyeballs are exposed to light, their power weakens and they eventually vanish. So, Hans thinks he should find other ways to carry out his plans that don't involve unleashing the undead into the city. Right then, a pigeon poops on his head, making him furious as he curses after them, wanting to make them his minions. A sudden idea strikes him that he can absolutely make the birds his minions and use them to scout the city from above. The word familiar refers to the enslavement magic used by dark magic masters to control animals, and Hans believes he can do this too. But Hans finds, after several attempts, that the enslavement magic isn't working for him as he hoped. He's turned the goblin den into his research lab, locking up cats and birds to enslave them, but it's harder than he expected. He's trying to perfect the animals as minions to blend in with human society, but it's not working. He gives it another try and channels his dark power into the cat. The cat develops 5 eyes and gains a significant strength boost, causing it to escape from the cage on its own. As the cat leaps away, Hans is disappointed, realizing that after 3 weeks of research, the results are still unsatisfactory. Now, there is only one last test subject left, and Hans is determined to succeed this time. He takes the bird out of its cage, struggling to hold it steady due to its constant flapping. Lifting the bird closer to his face, Hans uses the enslavement magic and breathes dark power at the bird. After a few seconds, the bird stops struggling, and Hans sighs in relief, thinking that it's finally done. Suddenly, the bird takes off from Hans's hands like a bullet, startling him. Fortunately, this time, the bird looks perfectly normal, just like any other bird as it flies towards a flock. Landing near the other birds, the enslaved bird begins grazing with them, as though it is one of their own. Witnessing this, Hans is relieved that the last attempt was a success, and now the infected entities are his eyes and ears across the city. After infecting more birds, Hans releases them in all directions, instructing them to find enemies for him. Meanwhile, a little away in the same forest, a paladin arrives behind a man kneeling on the ground, examining something. Peering into his hands, the man recalls the words Hans had uttered about him being the vow of defiance. The paladin calls out to Archbishop Laetius, who acknowledges his arrival, addressing him as Sir Tuscan. Sir Tuscan informs Laetius that after interrogating the remaining vampires, it's clear that they are not allies of the Immortal King's descendants. Laetius says they need to find more clues before the Immortal King can grow any stronger. Right then, a cross appears above his palm that begins ringing, signaling an incoming message. Joining both his hands, Laetius speaks to the Saintess, asking if she called him. The Saintess, back at the church, informs Laetius that the Immortal King's presence has been detected in a cave in the northwest mountains. Thanking the Saintess, Laetius assures her that he won't fail her this time. Back in his cave, Hans is sitting cross-legged on the ground, waiting for news from any of his familiars he had sent to investigate. Suddenly, he feels a strange sensation, as if his familiars are running away from something. It feels as though the familiars are terrified, but if they had encountered any monsters, they should have informed Hans immediately. So this can only mean, as Hans believes, that the familiars have encountered humans. Turning to his feet abruptly, Hans wonders if the humans coming this far into such a remote area are preparing to ambush him. He realizes the humans have surrounded the entire cave now, closing in from all sides. An arrow flies up and strikes one of Hans's familiars who is scouting the humans, piercing it. Standing closer to the cave opening, Sir Tuscan shouts out to Hans, saying that his tricks won't work on them. Reaching for his sword, Tuscan tells Hans that he can't run from them anymore, and they'll deal with him once and for all. He pulls out his holy sword and points it directly at Hans, telling him to surrender. Noticing the cross on Tuscan's chest, Hans recognizes him as the Paladin of the Order, the same one he saw back at Varkoslak. Sweating a little, Hans asks Tuscan how they found his hideout. Suddenly, Tuscan charges at Hans, swinging his sword at him with deadly force. As Hans falls down to his knees, Tuscan points the sword at him with unwavering precision. Looking resilient, Tuscan tells Hans that his words won't deceive him in any way, and he won't be fooled by any of his tricks. Hans admits Tuscan is as stubborn and narrow-minded as he seems but decides to play along, quickly striking Tuscan while searching for an escape. The attack sends Tuscan flying backwards, slamming into the cave wall. Raising his left hand to produce a blinding holy light, Tuscan distracts Hans and plunges his sword into Hans's ribcage with his other hand. Hans asks Tuscan if he is accusing him of a crime simply for punishing the wicked, trying to justify his actions. Tuscan accuses Hans of becoming evil after gaining forbidden power, raising a clenched fist in anger. Preparing to counter the fist, Hans asks Tuscan what kind of twisted logic he is using to justify his actions. But Hans is unable to react in time, as Tuscan's fist lands on his face with such force that it sends him flying out of the cave. Hans crashes onto the ground near the cave, surrounded by half a dozen priests on the cliffs. The priests chant a melodious holy hymn, unleashing a powerful attack that causes Hans great discomfort and weakens him significantly. Although Hans could easily kill all these priests, he knows they are innocent. While Hans is distracted by the holy chant, Tuscan lunges at him from behind and plunges the sword deep into his chest. With Hans distracted, Tuscan shouts orders to the priests to restrain him and prevent him from escaping. All the priests raise 2 fingers together, summoning golden, bright chains that fly at Hans, piercing his body with unyielding force. Within seconds, Hans is completely bound by those holy chains from head to toe, and he is unable to break free. Hans realizes he let his guard down as the chains lift him into the air, rendering him immobile and unable to use magic. All these chains and the singing verses are crafted so well that Hans can't escape anywhere. Hans tells Tuscan that he did put in a lot of effort to catch him, and Tusken responds that it was expected. He points out that no evil has ever escaped these holy chains and asks Hans if he will not give up resisting, but Hans only laughs, which makes Tusken annoyed. Hans declares he will never surrender, announcing he will leave and daring Tusken and the others to catch him if they can. Unsure of Hans's plan, Tusken instantly gets on guard, summoning a holy light spear and hurling it to cut off his escape. Dark magic begins engulfing around Hans, and a second later, he vanishes into thin air as the spear passes through him. Seeing Hans actually escape these bindings, Tusken is bewildered and unable to believe it. Back in the real world, Han Sung-hyun is lying on his back, huffing and panting, having barely escaped Tusken. Closing his eyes to rest, Han Sung-hyun admits that he has made way too many enemies now. His enemies include the Vow of Defiance, the Vampire Clan, and now even the Grand Divine Order. Suddenly, a thought strikes him as he summons the Karma Shop to check his karma points. Previously, he had been puzzled about why he received so many karma points, and now he understands. The main reason is because he has been drawing aggro across the entire continent, becoming the #1 target. Deciding to think about that later, Han Sung-hyun decides to focus now on what he originally planned. Taking back control as Hans, he goes to check on his test subjects, his familiars, to see how they are doing. It's a simple principle. The controlled entity, the familiar, spreads black magic upon encountering another, allowing Hans's eyes and ears to keep expanding. And soon, the familiars will wrap around the place in every corner. Suddenly, Hans feels a signal sent at him by a cat who seems to have noticed some movements. The cat is standing on a rooftop, looking over at a house as it sends signals to Hans. Inside that house, a woman is screaming, crying, and on the ground pleading with a man to spare her as the man is holding a knife. The woman sees someone pass by the window, turns to them, and begs the man to save her, claiming she's been kidnapped. But the man pays no heed to the woman and simply walks away as if not noticing her. The kidnapper grabs the woman by her hair and pulls her away from the window as she lets out a scream. With a grin, the kidnapper places the knife close to the woman's neck, telling her that her screams will be heard by none. Smacking her on the head, the kidnapper mocks her by daring her to scream and make more noise. Finally, he decides to finish her and raises the knife above him. At that very moment, the ceiling of the house shatters, creating a hole in it, and Hans drops down, startling the kidnapper. Hans asks the kidnapper if he was using sound suppression and invisibility skills. He notes that these tricks don't work on him and declares that the kidnapper will die now. The kidnapper holds the woman tighter and asks Hans if he is a guardian and how he got into the house. Moving the knife closer to the woman, the kidnapper warns Hans not to move ahead or the woman will die. But Hans uses his superior power and pulls the woman from the kidnapper's grasp in the blink of an eye, leaving the kidnapper bewildered. Looking angry, the kidnapper says he will now finish Hans off along with the woman, and he charges at Hans, the knife raised before him. Suddenly, dark mana threads trap the kidnapper's hand, making him unable to move. As more mana threads bind the kidnapper, rendering him immovable, Hans notes the kidnapper must have killed many victims before. Moving closer to the kidnapper, Hans places a hand on his head to find out the truth. Using his special skill, Hans begins reading the kidnapper's mind and sees that he has killed many people in the past and is a serial killer. So Hans instantly kills the serial killer, making him scream out loud in pain. As the serial killer is lifted off his feet, Hans tells him that even death is too merciful for him. Hans notes that he needs some undead to command on this earth and decides to turn this serial killer into one. Turning someone into an undead is a cruel method involving draining all the blood from the subject's body. After a few seconds, the serial killer successfully transforms into intermediate undead, a ghast, to be clear. Summoning the subspace, Hans instructs the ghast to head inside. With this dealt with, Hans turns to the woman and decides to clean up the place and call 911 to make sure she is safe. A few minutes later, the entire scene gets crowded with police and reporters. Among the crowd is a man named Park Hanchul, team leader of a criminal investigation team. A man approaches Hanchul with a camera, confirming the footage from the scene and explaining the serial killer. The man also confirms that the one who killed the serial killer was a returner and says it's good the serial killer is dead. But Hanchul thinks differently and notes that the one who killed the serial killer is equally dangerous for carrying out executions on his own will. While all the investigation is going on, Hans is standing on top of a nearby building, looking down at the scene. He is holding the cat, one of his familiars, and stroking and scratching its back. At the South Korea Returners Association, located in the Southern Seoul branch, a woman enters a room asking for the branch manager. Entering the room, the woman sees with disappointment that the branch manager is fast asleep. So, she shakes Yoon Ji-eun, the branch manager, making Ji-eun wake up with a start, drooling and her eyes dark with exhaustion. Ji-eun asks, groggily, what the matter is, and the woman reports that the Ability Management Bureau has sent a request for cooperation. Looking at the report, Ji-eun reads about the arrest of 3 jewel thieves and suggests it might be connected to the recent murder. The culprit in both cases is a user of dark magic, wearing a long coat and a mask. Ji-eun puts the report over her eyes to sleep, noting the masked man might be useful, shocking the woman who points out he's a murderer. Pushing the report off her face, Ji-eun shouts that despite being a murderer, the man has skills and could be an excellent dog if controlled. Again leaning back in her seat, Ji-eun sighs, contemplating the possibility of the masked man joining as a guardian. The woman gets irritated and snaps at Ji-eun, telling her to stop dodging off and go back to work. Ji-eun screams, a mixture of rage and tiredness in her voice, claiming she wants to smash the faces of all villains to pieces. The next morning, back at his apartment, Han Song-hyun looks out of the window, feeling satisfied from smashing all those villains. Unless the villains are serial killers, Han Song-hyun usually stops at planting a curse of terror and punishing them appropriately. Next, he plans to look into those who have been causing the most chaos in public. And for now, since Han Song-hyun has most things wrapped up, he thinks he should get back to the other world. Seeing Diana and Aaron, their uncle bursts into tears and goes to hug them, overjoyed to see they are alive and well. Watching the 3 embrace and cry at their reunion, Heinz is relieved that the uncle might be a good person. Heinz had originally planned to resort to threats if the uncle had shown any suspicious behavior. Shaking Heinz's hand gratefully, the uncle thanks him for escorting the children safely, and Heinz simply tells him it's okay. Diana steps forward with tearful eyes and hugs Heinz tightly, thanking him through a mixture of sobs. Patting Diana's head, Heinz promises to visit her from time to time and tells her to be good and behave in the meantime. Diana continues crying, wailing that she was worried Heinz's personality would change, but seeing him still kind, she feels relieved. Surprised by these remarks, Heinz asks Diana if she really thinks his personality has changed. Heinz wonders if it might be the influence of persona, as the persona gave Heinz a mix of negative emotions and a desire for knowledge. So, Heinz believes the persona might have given him a calm and composed personality. Diana asks Heinz what he will be doing now. Heinz says he will take the opportunity and go on a pilgrimage. The capital of Talia Kingdom, Thaleria, is a peaceful and beautiful place, and Heinz has just arrived here, and he has only one reason for being in this city. It's because Thaleria is the headquarters of the Church of the Goddess and is home to the largest temple in the land. Heinz walks into a silent alley where no one can see him and begins summoning the 4th avatar, which Han Song-hyun had acquired. The 4th avatar is named Heinrich, sharing the same traits as the other avatars. The unique trait Heinrich has is a warrior's spirit that grants him bonus skills and experience. Heinz claims that wandering around the city in a vampire's body is tough, so he hands over his small bag to Heinrich and tells him to explore the city. Heinrich heads to a church and drops the bag full of gold coins and treasures before a bald man at the counter. Shocked to see this much wealth, the baldy asks how much the treasure is worth, and Heinrich says it's his life savings. Placing a hand on his heart, Heinrich says his wish is to become a holy knight and fulfill the will of the goddess. So far, all the avatars have been undead, a dark mage, and a vampire, all related to darkness. So, this new avatar, Heinrich, will become a holy knight who wields a sacred sword and is respected by everyone. Thumping the table hard with his fist, the long-mustached man happily exclaims that Heinrich is a young, spirited man and offers to train him. The baldy tells the mustached man, Sir Marco, to wait, pointing out that no matter the donation, they can't accept a stranger as a holy knight. Laughing shrilly, Marco assures the baldy not to worry, and turning to Heinrich, Marco points out that during the training, Heinrich's true nature will be revealed and asks Heinrich if he wants that. With a confident smile, Heinrich agrees instantly. However, his confidence is wiped away when he starts the training and, huffing and puffing, realizes the training is hell. As a large boulder comes hurling toward him, he uses both his arms to stop it, applying all his force. It's already been a month since Heinrich started this holy knight training, with an initial thought that it would be easy, but it turns out he was wrong, and now he has learned the hard way that it's not easy. The boulder is so heavy that Heinrich starts sweating from supporting its weight. A muscular man, noticing trainee number 12 nearly about to get crushed, scolds him, saying his focus is slipping. Leaning closer to the nearly collapsed man, the trainer shouts at him to focus and chant his prayers. From the heavy weight of the boulder and fear of being crushed to death, the man starts changing his prayer. He then applies more force into his hands and manages to push the boulder high above, making the trainer happy. Watching this, Heinrich notes that in extreme conditions, repetitive prayer strengthens faith and enhances divine power. Meanwhile, a bald trainee is making others hit his back with spiked maces, while flexing his muscles. Another trainee is crushing an iron mace with his bare biceps. Seeing these men show off like this, Heinrich feels uncomfortable. The trainee from before tells Marco, the man with the mustache, that the recruits he brought are no joke. Those two praise Heinrich's strength, noting that even without getting baptized, he is so strong and want to see how much he will improve after baptism. Hearing those men talk about him in a perverted way, Heinrich feels even more uncomfortable and cringes hard. 3 months have passed since Heinrich started Holy Night training, and thanks to his warrior's spirit and super recovery skill, he hasn't collapsed yet. While his body and stamina have improved from the training, there's only one thing that's really bothering him. Placing a hand on Heinrich's shoulder, Jacob makes him turn around, flexes his biceps, and suggests that they do some chest exercises together. But the other man disagrees and, flexing his biceps, suggests they should instead do a solid back workout. As those two men gaze upon him like prey, Heinrich feels incredibly uncomfortable and starts trembling with unease. Later that day, after training, Heinrich tells his friend that every day those freaks come to him asking to train with them, making his friend laugh. At that moment, a crowd of people suddenly gets excited as they see someone arrive, as if they had been expecting them. The Archbishop Lacius and the Paladin, Tuscan, walk through the gate, receiving greetings and a grand welcome from everyone around. Heinrich's friend explains that the arrivals had gone on an expedition with the Holy Knights and Crusaders and have just now returned. Heinrich recognizes Tuscan as the same one who fought Hans a while ago, so Heinrich realizes Tuscan and his party must have been searching for Hans all this time. After a few days, the official baptismal ceremony for those who passed the criteria is being held in the Great Hall of the church. The priest, standing at the front on the podium, says that due to special circumstances, the ceremony has been moved up suddenly. He then instructs the trainees whose names he calls to step forward. Heinrich's friend, sitting beside him, asks why they must be holding the event, which only happens once every 6 months. Heinrich assumes that this must be because the knights desperately need reinforcements for the pursuit of the immortal king. Nevertheless, Heinrich is super pumped about this opportunity and is considering using the skills, Persona and Mind Hub. The priest calls out the trainee Max Weirin, and as Max kneels before the priest asks him to take the vow. Those who receive the baptism sacrifice all their mana to the deity and are unable to use magic, but in return, the deity bestows them a blessing of immense holy power. The size of the blessing each individual receives varies, and the greatest factor that determines it is the faith in the deity. The purer and more genuine the faith, free of lies or doubt, the stronger the holy knight they become. After Max gets baptized, the priest calls forth Heinrich. Heinrich leaves his seat and walks to the front with a serious demeanor. Until now, Han Song-hyun had used Mind Hub to suppress external stimuli or restrain his emotions, but the opposite is also possible. So Han Song-hyun uses the Persona skill to inject the emotions of faith into Heinrich. So when the priest extracts his mana, using Mind Hub to filter out distrust and doubts, Heinrich's mana becomes pure, without any hesitation. This allows Heinrich to absorb the blessing to its maximum potential as Han Song-hyun focuses the mental strength of all his avatars into Heinrich. Even the priest is astonished, seeing the amount of holy power bestowed upon Heinrich after the baptism. The holy power shines out of Heinrich, spreading into the entire hall, making everyone there shield their eyes in awe. The other trainees, sitting in their seats, are in awe, unable to believe the quantity of holy power they are witnessing. They see that the holy power has even reached the head of the statue of the deity. Placing a hand on Heinrich's shoulder, the priest calls him sir and tells him he has been baptized successfully, already reaching the priest rank. With a smile, the priest wishes Heinrich good luck for the future, and Heinrich thanks him. With this, Han Song-hyun obtains the skill, Holy Baptism, which increases the potential of avatars and their mental strength. Examining the holy power he just received, Heinrich is relieved that the fake faith built on tricks actually worked. but he is also certain the tricks he used didn't fully work because the deity of the divine church is closer to a system than a personal god. When Heinrich opened his mind earlier, he got a vague feeling that was closer to curiosity than faith. Looking up at the deity statue, Heinrich thinks this is what it means to watch over someone. Meanwhile, the Archbishop Laetius and the Paladin Tuscan are gathered in the planning room, examining a large map on the table. Tuscan looks frustrated, noting they haven't found any traces of the immortal king in months and won't get support from the Talia kingdom. Pointing to the symbols on the map, he notes that their pursuit of Hans caused too much friction with the vampire clan and the vow of defiance. Laetius points out that since the extermination squad hasn't made any progress, the political pressure from the Talia kingdom is increasing. Feeling his forehead in all this tension, Laetius declares that the extermination squad will be dismissed, and Tuscan agrees with him. Walking out of the hall, Tuscan thinks to himself that they are now surrounded on all sides with insufficient reinforcements. He isn't certain what to do or how to act in this case. While lost in thought, he gets startled by screams and looks down to see the newly appointed knight's training. Max sees a gap and thrusts his spear and inflicts damage on Heinrich, who groans out in pain. Heinrich counters by elbowing Max right across his face, breaking his nose. The attack sends Max crashing to the ground, and Heinrich is declared the winner as the system awards him the Crusader combat technique skill for repeated training. Combining super recovery with his holy power, Heinrich instantly heals the wound he received from the spear. Taking Heinrich's hand to help him stand, Max asks if he just let himself get hit on purpose, and Heinrich affirms that he did. Heinrich got attacked on purpose to help with his training and become stronger. Max gasps in shock, and as Heinrich turns around, they find Tuscan standing nearby, commenting on Heinrich's power. Standing close to Heinrich and looking at him, Tuscan offers to make him stronger and asks him to accompany him to the Rosalia temple. Shocked at the offer, Heinrich asks Tuscan if he really means to invite him to the Rosalia Grand Temple, and Tuscan affirms. Turning around to leave, Tuscan instructs the still-shocked Heinrich to follow after him immediately. Running after Tuscan, Heinrich asks if he can pack his belongings, but Tuscan tells Heinrich to have someone handle that later. As both of them stand on the teleportation circle, Tuscan promises to explain all details to Heinrich later. Still looking surprised, Heinrich agrees. A second later, the two of them teleport outside the boundaries of Rosalia Grand Temple, leaving Heinrich in awe with its beauty. This temple is the largest sanctuary of the Divine Church, located at the heart of the continent. It's the very place where both the Pope and the Saintess reside, the heart of the church itself. The Saintess, Ristar, welcomes both Heinrich and Tuscan, looking delighted to host them. Both of them bow before Ristar as Tuscan thanks her. Meanwhile, Heinrich is making plans with himself on how he will grow rapidly here and become a holy knight recognized by all. Smirking slightly at this idea, Heinrich plans to grow steadily in the light. The rest of the dirty work will be handled by the other avatars in the shadows. Back on Earth, Han Song-hyun, in Hans's body, is going through the internet, finding himself trending all over the place and becoming famous. His mind races to the other matter when the villains he killed recently had mentioned the Divine Retribution Society, and he wonders what it might be. Getting to his feet, Han Song-hyun decides to figure it out later, focusing on wiping out the villains and settling the mission's earnings. Taking control of Heinz, he covers his head with a hood and his face with a mask and makes his way through the busy streets. To make the transactions, he goes to a decent and less suspicious place. Once he enters the place, the owner of the shop welcomes him. Walking up to the shop owner, Heinz places a small bag on the table, declaring he wants to sell. But the shop owner, immersed in reading a book, lazily says it's not a pawn shop and tells Heinz to go away. Heinz empties the bag on the counter, showering it with lots of coins, startling the shop owner. Examining the coins, the shop owner recognizes them as badges of the human trafficking group, the Commerce Syndicate. Heinz asks the shop owner if he is interested now. Looking a little scared, the shop owner tells Heinz to go through the back door. Listening to the man, Heinz opens the back door, and as he enters, a man in a mask welcomes him, asking if he is there to sell. Presenting the bag to the man in the mask, Heinz asks if it's possible to get paid something other than cash. Examining the badges, the masked man asks if Heinz means he wants goods. Raising one finger, Heinz says he wants a first prize lottery ticket, because he knows that cash is useless if he can't spend it, so a lottery prize will be legally usable cash for Han Song-hyun. The man in the mask says that for a lottery ticket, the commission will be pretty steep, and Heinz agrees to it. The masked man claims there's a 6.1 billion won ticket price with a 4-month redemption period left, and Heinz asks him to prepare 2 more like that. Surprised at this request, the masked man points out that with what Heinz has paid so far, it won't be enough for 2 tickets. Assuring the man not to worry, Heinz reaches into his subspace, withdraws 3 gold bars, and places them on the counter. Shocked to see Heinz has access to subspace storage, the man grabs his hand, asking who he is. Taken aback at being grabbed like this, Heinz sternly tells the man he isn't here to have a friendly chat and suggests they just get over with the deal. Releasing Heinz's arm, the man apologizes and agrees they should wrap up. The man begins sweating, feeling really intimidated by the presence of Heinz now. Leaning closer to the man's ear, Heinz tells him they will keep doing these trades often from now on. A few minutes later, Heinz walks out of the store with 3 lottery tickets and is very excited, wondering what he should spend them on. He is actually considering hiring some subordinates he can boss around for stuff like this instead of going back and forth himself. But for now, he decides to enjoy the night air peacefully for a while. Sitting on the side, Heinz watches the crowd, satisfied that he's the reason behind their peace, with no more crimes to worry about. Right then, a man appears behind Heinz and asks him where he is from. Startled at this sudden appearance of the person, Heinz turns around swiftly in alarm. The man calmly says he just wants to have a chat and that's all. Heinz asks the man what he is talking about and calls him out for sneaking up on others like this. The man asks Heinz if he isn't a vampire or not, and he shows off his own fangs, saying he is also a vampire, a level 6 from the mirror dimension. Hearing there's another dimension traveling vampire, Heinz is completely bewildered for a moment. The vampire seems to be asserting dominance, which makes Heinz introduce himself despite not wanting to. Realizing he's answering so easily, Heinz is even more baffled, thinking the vampire can mind control. The vampire then introduces himself as Gamma, from the Blood Pact organization, and hands over a card to Heinz. Taking the card, Heinz asks if such an organization really exists, and Gamma points out that for vampires to survive together, the organization is important. Heinz asks Gamma what is the level thing he mentioned earlier. Taking out his car keys, Gamma turns it on and suggests Heinz join him to get more explanation. As Heinz gets into the car, a woman is keeping a close watch on him from the other end of the road. She is also a vampire, and she speaks into the earpiece to alert the headquarters that Heinz is moving as planned.
Our story begins on a quiet morning in the royal estate of the Welton family. A young man stirs awake in his bed, sighing deeply. The same dream has haunted him again. His name is Jamie Welton, the eldest son of the Welton royal family and its rightful heir. But Jamie is no ordinary noble. He is the reincarnation of Diablo Volfir, a powerful sorcerer who was defeated and sealed away long ago. Flashback to the past. Diablo Volfir stands defiantly as a glowing seal forms beneath his feet. He laughs, declaring that not even 12 gods together can defeat him. All they can do is trap him. Smirking, he mocks them, saying they can seal him however they like. But when he returns, their bright world will be swallowed by darkness. He promises them suffering so immense they'll beg for death. One of the gods replies calmly, saying they look forward to that day, but for now, Volfir will endure endless torment. The 12 gods then bind him in an eternal prison. Time passes, and a crack finally appears in their barrier. Diablo Volfir escapes, reborn as Jamie Welton, the cherished child of the Welton family. Returning to the present, Jamie is greeted by the cheerful voices of his parents. His father marvels at the baby's bright, sparkling eyes, which remind him of his wife's. She laughs, pointing out how much Jamie's expressions resemble his father's. When Jamie first wakes up in his new life, he doesn't understand what's happening. He tries to speak, but only babyish sounds come out. Confused, he wonders where he is, what's going on, and why he can't talk normally. Over time, Jamie grows up as an aristocrat, cherished by his loving parents. 9 years pass, and Jamie finds himself sitting by the window, lost in thought about his past life.
Yep. Right. In Clip Studio, to get the movements I'm looking for. I did animate it roughly, but I didn't like how it was looking kind of out of place. So I tried 3D model. I get this idea from Demon Slayer. I see them using 3D models to get the movements and camera angles. So I decided to do something similar like that in Clip Studio. See that how we had 3D models and we could animate them. I decided to do that. The thing is that this here is what the suit gonna look like. Yeah, this is Link. I'll be animating Link from Zelda, but this Link, yeah, I'm from Trinidad. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, but Trinidad side. There are plenty of us in Trinidad here, you know. We not scarce though. It's just, well, basically, we're not really hiding either though. We're not hiding. Just here. Well, you catch on, I'm a Trini. My accent, gotta be my accent. You can hear the broken language. Wait, you actually came to Trinidad? So wait, you're not from Trinidad then. You're from the States then. Understandable, understandable. And how is it over there right now? Is it good? Seeing them cheeks anyway. So when that this law and import thing come on top of it, nobody gonna be seeing them cheeks. So well, Christmas was there just the other day, so it must be the ice must be melting now. Could be. I know the delay on the stream, well, kinda so. Stream. Even if I join this right to look, I come to this thing, but I know you're gonna be seeing this anyway, so that's really matter. So once I get the movements that I'm looking for, that's all that matters. The bloody crap though, but God, man, really don't need the bloody crap in it. I'm trying to get true proportions. So when I put in the loincloth, I put in this cloth here, this clothing mix. You could actually have, actually know where it would be swaying. uh, I, I trying to get the movements down because he moving in a certain way in order to go and draw a sword in his hand now. Afterwards now, after I done clean this all up here, I'm going to draw the animation of the sword on his back. He have a sword. It's either I draw the sword on the back or nah, I ain't gonna draw a sword. The sword gonna be like light or something. A Trinity sword. That's how I go draw it. I just brainstorming this while I go along, you know. All I know on the end of the day, once I finish this, it's gonna look badass. That's why I envision it to look badass when it's done. That I'm trying the colors and trying the shades and trying all the effects and stuff. It's gonna look badass. That's the thank you. Sitting under the storyboards. I could finish it faster, you know, because I already know what the character look like and how the end results gonna be. But this year just started because I get an idea. Idea just came to mind and I just decided to start it and that was that. And with the idea came to mind, I said, oh, I wonder would have so many versions of Link from Zelda. It had dark Link, it have blue, dark green, it all kind of different colors. It had different personalities for Link. How about a Link that's kind of like a Super Saiyan but cross with a Jedi? A Link that doesn't cry around a sword but with the hand, the goblet, well, that thing on his hand there, just create the sword. When the hand glows like lights up, it just create the sword. And he just sprout wings and you know halo and stuff like that. That's that's my how I envision it. And I just get the movements in my head and I was like, alright, let me get put the movements in animation. And I did that. This is Breath of the Wild, but a more advanced kind of version of the Breath of the Wild. a more angelic, godlike version. You understand? That's just my take on it. Although I know for sure that we call them Nintendo. I know saying what they call them again. I know for sure Nintendo. If they see this, I don't know if they go take the idea though. That is true. And that's the reference I'm using to get it across. That's all the whole entire thing I'll be looking at when it's done. Being like a demigod or a god like form of Link. Basically, you can see like a Super Saiyan form of Link now. A Super Saiyan Link with a lightsaber tri sword. Yeah, so. I know, right? Yeah, I really know, you know. Next year I create this and I put it out there and they try to sue my ass. Oh, I really hope they don't do that, eh? Because if they do that, you know, a lot of people like myself who making fan art or making fan animation of the characters. So if they do me that kind of shit, if I is the first person to get that kind of shit done too, I know, boy, that's a clear sign to really not play the games ever again. I see they're doing it to a lot of people now, though. So yeah, I like my Pokemon and thing, you know. I like my Zelda and Mario, you know, and Sonic and thing too. But if they go and screw things up for people who doing things like this, you know, promoting their product now in their own kind of views too, because this can be something I envision. If they hit me with some kind of lawsuit nonsense, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but like I can say, man, you don't know what I'm gonna say about that shit, though. I just a fan of the character. Just a fan. I'm not a huge fan, but you know, the character interesting. I see a lot of fan art for the character. I play the games too, so I say, well, I see all the different versions of Link and Zelda. You understand? From the damsel in distress to now the badass fighting machine she is now with a bow and arrow. You understand? She no longer a damsel in distress. She could fight now. Yeah, but you know, it's always a money thing with them. It's nothing different. Everything is money, you know. Money walk, bullshit walk. Money talks, bullshit walks. Yep, that's how it is. That's the thing. The slogan now. I even know the Americans and them know that slogan too. But you know, we don't wanna get we crap, we smoke we pipe kinda, you know, scenario now. Our next slogan in the country. You know. When crap will smoke your pipe, that happen. Yep. We truly know the slang now. Them out there, them they know about liming and them know what them know. We know we slangs. Tell a man, let me go lime. Man think you talking about a drink. Not a drink too. And I streaming this to all kind of platforms, eh? Yep, that's how it is. It's really strong. And screen painting, silver on here on this. Oh wow. Continue on here. Okay, continue either. So it's nothing new for them. You know this. Ooh, 10, 10 animations you do over there. You also do 2D animation or you do a blend of 2D and 3D. Well, 29. Stadiums? Wait, you can do that? Interesting. But Roblox was just the people on them who make it and they just put it out there, but they know it was like open source for anybody to make games in it. I never played before, you know. I always thought it just like a kid's game. I just my small minded thinking. The Roblox. I know the well when it comes to the stream now, the delay there's be a bit there in its own time. And it's come out like, very late now. We're trying to see. But I don't know if everything I'm saying is being heard clearly. I really hope it's being heard clearly. Saying that's all the roadblocks. You're creating games for the roadblocks. So I didn't know it was open source now. You could create like different games for it now. Like we're gonna do it with Fortnite. Kind of game of Fortnite feeling now. That's to be expected. That's to be expected. If you're making things for just roadblocks, you're making things uh, for yeah, I suck when it comes to them numbers games, and when it comes to coding, I try that, but well, when it comes to remembering certain things, well, I don't know, man. My mind, I don't know, man. So, like, I have a problem remembering certain things when it comes to that. That's why I never really gone into it. And it started it back then, but I was like, I really got into those kind of things. So I know it could be a very unique skill to have, but I used to forget a lot of things. A lot. Not short term memory, but for some reason I just forget how to do certain things. When I'm practicing it enough, like constantly, I will forget. I will forget how things actually work. Yeah, I kind of. It's what it's called it again, boy. It's called it yes, goldfish mentality. Yeah, the kind of goldfish mentality. Basically, put it like that. So, yeah, yeah. It's a funny thing, but that's how it is. If I go into the shop and thing, you send me to the shop. You gotta make sure you write down something else, because I might go there and I might remember one or two things. I might remember you say something, but interpret it in a different way and end up buying something entirely different. They call goldfish mentality. They're like, what she say again? She said that name, what that name was, and interpret it in a different kind of way. And you're like, to avoid all the nonsense, it's just to write it down and, send me on my merry way. Yes. Like that. And when you reach home, you're like, wait. And I come out here to get something, but how the hell I forget that and I end up buying all these other things? Yeah, that just happened. That kind of thing just happened to me. Yeah, I mean, there's something with Trinity and I'm, well, I say all of here, but I'm sure we can't really, you know, as a habit. It's a kind of habit. A bad habit, you know, I'll say that. Remove that again and we are good to go. Good to go. I know you know sour, Port of Spain. I'm I'm from Port of Spain side. I basically put it. Port of Spain. You're deep in the south and I'm from the east. I think that's the east. If I'm not mistaken. It's Port of Spain side. So wait, every time you fly down here you just going straight you just going straight south. You don't go nowhere else but south. San Fernando side. I've been there. You know, the funny thing about it, what I realize, south, well, south side, each area, like each directions of Trinidad and Tobago, I never really sightseen in Tobago much before. Actually, I've only been there once though as a child, so I can't really say I did sightseeing. I just went there to go beach and then come back home. So I can't really say I did anything much. Yeah, in the south side, in the east, in the west, and in the north, all these directions and them, all of them have the same, well, is it actually I would say the same. Like if you've ever been to Port of Spain and you end up in South, South look just like Port of Spain. Each area I've been to, like the say in Shogunas, look like Port of Spain. South Port of Spain. It have it like it its own area now where the buses come in and the maxis and stuff like that, and each area has its own color of maxis, which I always find was strange though, because well, I always find it was strange when I was younger. I was like, why all of these maxis and them have different color stripes? They want to go Port of Spain have red stripes. They want to go Shogunas have green stripes. If you're going up in the south, not south, the north have brown stripes, it have yellow stripes. It's all kind well, let me see all kind of stripes. Them is mostly stripes I've seen so far in Trinidad here now. I know the feeling about that. Bush. Yeah, boy. Well, not just bush. I know I was forgetting one more stripe. That was the black stripe. Well, you haven't sightseen much in Trinidad, and I salute you for that because you don't really want to go much places. Because trust me, that places you could go and other places you really don't want to go. 'Cause you could end up losing your life or getting robbed. That's Trinidad for you. You understand? And people down here, they don't really give two shits if you're foreign or not. If they catch you lapsing, trust me, they go and rob you. You understand? And if you play mad, they'll definitely put bullets in you. So, you gotta be very careful in the places you're going when you come down here. I know it off of experience. Never get shot, but I've seen altercations happen while going parties and stuff. And trust me when I say it, some people are just real stupid when they drink. So, I stopped going parties for a very long time now. I no longer line. Yep, that's how it is. People just get real stupid when they get drunk. It's like all sense of reasoning is just go out the window. So I don't even bother anymore when it comes to party. I remember the last party I went, and I think it was somewhere in Europe, in some upstairs bar. And I went there with my dad. Well, I think it was my 16th birthday, and I told her, what I mean by tall, when you see me, you think I'm old enough. Yeah, understand? I told. So when I went there, I was like, I went in, the man watched me. He realized I have a baby face, but I'm tall enough now, but the remain still now. And I went to the party with my dad and thing. My dad take him out for my birthday and stuff, take him out. And I went there and thing and I signed up in the party. Now as a person, I don't just go and I not go and wind up and that way. Well, you ain't missing nothing, I'm telling you that. You really ain't missing nothing. You're not missing nothing. I'll tell you, girl, I went to a party and I signed up in that party. And that person I know for myself that I don't go and wine up on no random girl. I don't go and wine on no girl. Because I know how dotish men in, some men is now with the girl now. I come in a party, I scooping out the whole entire see who, in what clip, stuff like that. And I standing in a corner by myself and just scooping out and just moving out a drink in my hand. I remember two girls come up and they started wine up in front of me. And I watched that and I stand up there and I look across to my dad watch me tell me, go ahead wine. I like no. I know. But you know the jokiest thing, I already see the trap. It was a trap. Because the men come afterwards and start wine on them. And I already see who was with who. So I didn't take the bait. People might call me a coward and thing, yeah, for not doing, doing certain things. But just being vigilant and not getting myself in no kind of nonsense. Is the reason why I'm still alive to this day now. You understand? When I'm out there, it's like that. I don't play. Not much time, woman start to wind up, try to wind up on me, and the man be, I like, what the fuck, man? I done scope out the scene already. I am not taking that beat. I'm a person, I don't take certain chances when it comes to certain people. I have my fair share thing, but in that night too, a fight break out in that place. Yeah, I'm a guy. I don't think with my lower half. You understand? I don't think with my lower half. If the spark's good and the chemistry good, things can happen. Maybe. That is just maybe with me. Eh? I'm a maybe type of guy. That's me. I don't just stick my in any hole that looks cute. That is me. You understand? Just you might call me weird for that, but that's just me. That's just me. A lot of people have come and wait for that too. Though. Friends try to throw girl on me, and I not feeling it. I not going down that path. You understand? Yeah, I know. That's how I just move. That's how basically the 32 that how I always been moving. Yeah, so stick my dick in and kind of thing. That make that to other people. Guess I'll get pregnant and it's headache. I'm looking for that. And you don't even know the person that well. Yeah, I'll leave that for the irresponsible individuals out there. Even if they hear me right now, yeah, irresponsible. I'm not putting myself in that kind of hot water. If I ain't have nothing to leave behind for my kids, it make no sense bringing kids into this world. If I ain't have shit to my name. Understand? Yeah, everybody time is ticking, and yes, everybody wanna leave something behind, but it has, yeah, if you ain't have shit in him, it makes no sense bringing our next life to suffer alongside you on this planet. Don't do it. Be smart. You understand? And by that, I think you know by now, I have no kids. You understand? Be very smart about that. I don't know how to be that. Spitting facts. When people hear me saying that, just ask me, how old are you? And when they hear my age, just be like, nah, you don't look like that. But it runs in the family. We all look young. The genes are strong, very strong. Basically, you could say the bloodline is very strong. Everybody in the family, either a musician or an artist or something else. I take up art, animation. I don't do acting. I don't do singing either. Know the feeling. My sister from the States asking me the same damn thing. Basically, all my sisters asking me the same damn thing. So, when again, nephew and nieces, like, um, I look like I rolling in money to have that. I be telling them that. I was like, when you get in that, that didn't happen in no time soon. No, you saying that and I the same thing. I'm the same damn thing. Because in my family, it's a bunch of pan is something. People always play pan. Neither man. Neither man. Yes, neither man. You know how this be. But most of my family members are pan people. They play pan. Just go panorama and play and all kind of thing. Very skilled, very skilled. I mean by skill, real talent in music. Real talent in music. I just the black sheep that decide, you know what, I'm gonna take a different path and do art and animation, and it started off as art. I started drawing when I was like 6, and from there I just, well, I get more into animation due to my aunt. My aunt used to bring home a lot of anime and stuff, and I started watching all kind of anime. You know, the old school ones and them. Then Naruto come along. Pokemon was the thing. Naruto come. Then Blade and Metabots and all these other anime and things that have come out. I started watch them and I get what it is. Yeah, when it comes to music and instruments, I have tried the drums, I've tried the guitar and stuff like that, but I never really see myself in that kind of light now, playing those instruments. I pick them up, I try them, and for some reason it didn't click with me. Yes, anime. The same here with me. Used to watch Looney Tunes and thing back then and stuff. Trust me, the cartoon back then was the best thing ever. Unlike the shit they're making now, it's like the creativity going out the window. They're making a pack of garbage that makes no sense. Then studying on story and character development and all this nonsense. It's all some kind of pandering, which I don't like. And that's not my cup of tea. And if something is trash in my eyes, I'm not going to even give it a second glance. You understand? That is me. And trust me, they're making a lot of trash these days, and I'm not even giving it a second glance. You understand? So when I see independent animators making some, what you call it, Sakugan level god tier kind of animation and putting it on YouTube, I like, how come these people and them not in a studio making their own animations and things, right? Why they have to do that? Why is the only that is the only go to now? But it is what it is. That's how things are now in the world, and that's how we just call us struggling artists. We had to help each other. Now that AI come out and all them big time studios and them trying to cut costs now and trying to play games on we head now, you understand? Oh, we have AI now, so we could take your work, steal your work, and make it better. And type up some nonsense. We don't want to go through the whole notions of developing a character, like actually sitting down and brainstorming a character, creating the character, giving the character different features and thing and a background and story and thing, doing a storyboard, putting a story behind that character, you understand? Animating that character, bring that character to life and stuff. Them don't know the different steps and levels it takes. You understand the dedication it takes to, actually building a character. People like that now. They don't have that understanding. But then when they see you doing it and they come to you and they ask you for XYZ, where's your price and thing, you hit them your price and then they want to cut you down. And trust me, I have so much experience when it comes to people. When they see my work, they're like, how much you charging to do that? And I give them a price and then they give me some bullshit like, AI could do that better than you, or I could get somebody doing that for cheap. And I just be like, so why waste time asking me if you could get somebody for cheaper? Would I look like an easy target? That is just be me now. You understand? So it is what it is, and I have gotten ripped off many times from people who they come on hot and sweaty, or they want XYZ work done, and I, like a dumbass, say, alright, this person could be legit. I did the work, I waste the time, and when they get their work, they don't pay for shit. So, you know how things is end up. So now my go-to now is to get half the money up front first. Yep, that happening all over the place. That is happening all over the place. I would say, except Japan though. Japan have its own people. Although they underpaying the workers and them, like the workers and them getting underpaid very badly. I know. You gotta tell me I experience it. Sometimes 2 years, 1 years, sometimes too the pressure has come to you and be like, should I give this person a chance? That has always come to you. Should I give the person a chance? And be like, nah. Even for the high tier animators on them. I can't really call them high tiers, I'll call them god tiers because the kind of work them has put out is amazing. The kind of work them has put out is amazing. And I have to say, the dedication behind it. Sometimes you just want to go there and learn from them, but they have a language barrier now. Yes, that language barrier. The kind of work them has put out, the dedication to put out them kind of work every week, that is something else. Yep, that's what it is being. The dedication. This animation here, we're doing here some about 2 seconds of animation. So, 160 frames, but frames in general, frames in general is about 41, and they're on twos and threes. Let's show 160 frames. The other aspects comes to it. Frame We draw the head afterwards, then I'll draw the hair. Everything going in its own little layer. That's why I try so many animation. I would say so many, yeah. Because I had to say I started off with Flash animation, Adobe Flash. Flash was good for a while. Then Toon Boom came out. Then I decided to jump on Toon Boom wagon. Toon Boom was great for a while, but I realized that something about it was kind of irritating for me. And that's when it comes to the nodes and thing. It kind of give me a Blender kind of vibes now, with the nodes and thing now. You understand? When it comes to cropping and cutting and making sure everything put in place for the putting shades and highlights and all these things out to go into some kind of nodes, and it give me a kind of Blender vibes now. Like if I was working a kind of 2D, 5D kind of program. Basically, that's what it is. But then Clip Studio came into the light, and I decided to use Clip Studio. And when it comes to Clip Studio, I gain more control over what goes where without having to go through all that nonsense. It's more traditional, yes, but it gives you more control. That's what I like about it. I know where everything is, and I don't have to go and bust my brain on putting nodes here and there in order to figure out how things work. Everything is in layers. And Blender come along and did something like that. They like take the both and combine it. They take Clip Studio and they take Toon Boom and they combine it with the grease pencil. Because in the grease pencil you have layers. You understand? And you could go in and put in nodes and things if you want to. Which I realize. But the only thing that griping me with Blender right now is the fill tool. When it comes to filling the tool and thing, that sucks like very bad. The fill tool sucks horribly. It's a horrible tool to use. That is my take on it. That's understandable. I was the same way too when I got Clip Studio. But then I went and I looked at all the videos and them that it has on YouTube, and who was good and who wasn't good when it comes to showing you how to use certain things. It's because of us who make Clip Studio tutorials. I have a shit ton on my channel right now. And I think I should be making some more this year too, since the year starts, to put on YouTube, which I will do. Just addressing certain things that can help people. When it comes to brushes, let me tell you a secret. All them programs on them, I never pay 1 cent for any of them. I just got the cracked version. That is just me. I got the cracked version because I couldn't afford it because I want to see what the hype is. And once I use it and understand it, I then decide. But I ain't making no money off of it right now. Oh, Maya. I remember when I used to use Maya. I remember when I used to use Maya. That's a confusing program. And when it comes to installing it, boy, that was the next kind of woman who passed there. Boy, trust me, I didn't want to get into. That depends on the computer you're using though. And if they're blocking it, that means you're not that much tech savvy when it comes to, you know, playing it on the computer though. It have videos in showing you how to do it, but most of them videos are being, taken off of YouTube right now. Or the latest version or the 3.0 version. I know the latest version is 4.0. The one I have is 3.1. That's the one I'm using right now. Yeah, the 4.1, well, the 4.0, you are set to go. You are set to go. You don't need to upgrade no time soon until they bring out 5. If they bring out a 5. At that time soon, they can bring it all. That's it's simple, You know, to know what version you have, let's go to help. And version information, click that, and it'll show you the version you have here. Sign it. And even if you see that, you come up to help when you go down to version information in Clip Studio itself. And I'll see that, yeah, not showing it. Definitely showing it. Thing over my cursor. Da, 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 da. What's your rules? Let's go to help on you. Let's click help on you. Go down to version information, and it'll give you what you need to know. It'll show you what you need to know. To the tree. So the version you might have is, I think, is 2.0, 2 point something. Okay. All right. That's the last version before 2.0 came out. Oh boy. So I've been working for like 2 hours, 2 hours and 16 minutes and 30 seconds. You sure you want to pay money? After they send you a link, you can get for free, you know. Just sort of follow the steps and voila, you get it for free. But it's not on my YouTube channel, though. It's on my other channels. And no, I do not crack them, if that's what you see. I just dig up and look for them and find them and get them and make sure they're working. And once it's working and it's operational, voila. Take it for free. Ah man, I'll take it for free. Yes. Welcome to the dark side. Pirates of the Caribbean. Yep. Me, I let tell you this, during the pandemic, when the pandemic was booming. Let me tell you something, yeah. During the pandemic, I remember on my last YouTube account, right? This account here, this is my new account. But my last account got eaten off of YouTube because I was making content and the content I was making was on the cracked version of Clip Studio. I was making content for Pintool Sai, I was making content for Fire Alpaca. All this is art programs, eh? Um, we call it again After Effects, how to get Vocodoc for After Effects, you know, to export into MP4 and stuff like that. During the pandemic, people like myself was making videos on Clip Studio. That time, everybody locked in the house, they watching a lot of artists around the world. Everybody watching content on Clip Studio. And I was making content on how to get the cracked version of Clip Studio. Not just me and not just me alone, but that other people who was making content on it. And I realized that my channel during the pandemic was rising very fast due to them videos and them. Every version that came out of Clip Studio, I was just making things. Not knowing that I was doing Clip Studio a great favor. People like myself. You know, after the pandemic done, and I now reach for 1,500 subscribers on YouTube and rising. YouTube decided to strike me my first channel. I realized that YouTube strike me. They strike my first video I make with the Clip Studio that make a lot of views and stuff. I was like, why they striking me now? You know, I realized why they striking us now is because they don't want to take on the responsibility of these companies and them cracking down on them. So the people on them at Clip Studio, they start making their own videos. They start hiring certain content creators who are actually spending money behind their products. Now, this could be a conspiracy or whatever the hell it is, right? But I already see the sign. So channels like mine, small channels like mine, start to get yeeted off of YouTube one by one for making content like that without even telling us why. You understand? All the time with the content, they could have strike it when it come up anytime, but it didn't. All of a sudden, they start to get strike one by one. So the first video get strike, I get expulsion for a week. After a week, the next video gets strike, and after 2 weeks, another video gets strike. So they strike me back to back to back to back, and cancel out my channel, because at the end of the day, my channel is a nobody channel. I'm an individual which is an insignificant existence on their channel. So that channel get yeeted off of YouTube. And I realized that Clip Studio, the people on them who make the program, who funded the program, they started to make a shit ton of videos on their product. So basically, in a kind of way, telling us content creators who making videos on that thing, because I wasn't just making crack vision videos now. I was making other content on their product, showing how good their product is. And people who actually had the money started to spend money to get their product. Because they want to put back now. While people like myself who broke, we're making a damn penny, who can't even pelt money their way, starting to help them, prolong more into their, creation and making the program better. They started crap down on all of us. And I see that, and I was like, oh, so that's how it is. So they basically went to YouTube and they get all of us to get our channels deleted off of YouTube. So we can't even profit off of the channels. And everybody who was making craft videos on Clip Studio, they're no longer on YouTube. Even if you're making craft videos on YouTube on Clip Studio, and he was making other helpful content about it, yeah, I understand. And that the thing with them, they get greedy. They get greedy. They realize that their product, and there's a thing too with these companies, and I might understand, right? Companies all over the world, people, software developers and stuff like that. Your product is non-existent. It's nothing without the consumer. And they use us to basically free advertise their product, in which we did, and they get so popular during the pandemic that nobody wants to go back to Photoshop. Not much people going back to Photoshop, after they hear that they're stealing the work to train the AI. And basically, I bet on the download, they're still doing that shit. So nobody going back to Photoshop, because when I really look at it, Clip Studio have everything, and it just keep getting better and better. It's just the ones on them at the top who they have the softwares, well, the software developers or the sponsors or whoever sponsoring them and stuff. They're greedy. You understand? They realize that they get everybody now by the balls, so they're telling themselves, all right, we could bleed them dry. We could do something like Photoshop and give them some outrageous, prices, just and just give them some half-ass updates. You understand? And that's how it did. That's how it is now. Some of the updates one or two, I'll say some of them might be good, but not all of them will be what people are really looking for all the time. You understand? And I seen that, and I was like, okay. I end up stopping making content when it comes to cracking the programs on this new channel here that I have here. I stopped do that, but that doesn't mean that I have to stop on my other platforms and them, because it have Odyssey, it have Rumble, it have BitChute, it have all these other alternatives. Yeah, so and I don't have to walk on eggshells in order to post things there. Yeah, so like unlike on this platform here, because you have to walk on eggshells when it comes to this platform here. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But I digress, and I'm not taking hours. I was when that happened, I was like, I really wanted to give up, on YouTube, But I say, you know what? I ain't getting paid from them to begin with, so I make a new channel. This is my new channel, and right now it's rising in the ranks slowly but surely. It's in rising fast, but just one today, one tomorrow kind of scenario. And really to tell you the truth, I ain't in no hurry to be posting all the videos on this platform. I ain't in a hurry because they practically show me that doesn't really matter what I do on this platform, it's irrelevant because they could kick me off at any time for practically anything. So I ain't really that dedicated. So when it comes to putting all the eggs in one basket, this is not my go-to channel to do that. I'll put videos from viewers and them, but that is that. That's how it is. That's how it is. And I'm not really rushing to do anything much on it. I'll post video from time to time, but I ain't gonna be rushing to post video every week, every month, and stuff like that. Whenever I feel like it, if I make a video, the other channels on them like TikTok or Odyssey or one of them other platforms, and them I'll post it there first. Although I ain't really getting much attention on those other platforms and them on TikTok right now. Right now my TikTok is actually rising pretty fast now though, which I find interesting because people are always following. I following people and people following me. I have right now it has a plethora of artists on TikTok right now that they're real good. And what I mean by they're real good coming up. They're real good. Up and coming, really good, talented artists. There are a lot of them on TikTok right now. And all of them they're sharing their work, I see in their work. And it's like TikTok know that I like this. And they just keep feeding it to me though. And I just commenting and following and leaving a nice comment and reposting their videos and stuff like that. And they're so nice. They're really nice over there, man. A lot of nice people. A lot of nice people on TikTok right now. You understand? I have no quarrels with TikTok. But I would say I only have one gripe though, is that you have to be very careful with your wording sometimes. You can't really type certain things or say certain things. Yeah, so like a warning. That goes against our guidelines or some nonsense like that. You know, it's that kind of thing. But either on the whole TikTok, it's like the next YouTube. It's like basically like the next YouTube. But I have to say better though. And I kind of is trying to get better than YouTube. You find that strange? I find that strange though. It's like they really know what people want to. I don't know. That's what it is. It is what it is. But right now I'm streaming to TikTok, I'm streaming to Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. When it comes to Twitch, the streaming platforms on them like Twitch and Kick, my experience on those two platforms, yeah, it is. It is. As an artist, as a content creator, or a musician, or gamer, just play games and thing too. Because I just practically do the whole shebang. You know, so I wouldn't say I just play music though. I'm not a musician. I'm definitely not a musician. I would do other things, but not. If I do music, I'll just mostly use a program or app or something to get the beats that I'm looking for. That is all. But actually picking up an instrument and playing, yeah, I'm lazy when it comes to that. I'm very lazy when it comes to that. Besides, too, there's money to get an instrument. I hardly doubt anybody who just give my instrument and say, alright, learn that within a month. Hardly doubt. You understand? You can't really learn an instrument within a month. I don't think so. Maybe. I think I can, but I don't. Never really tried. But I hardly doubt anybody will put me up to that challenge. Too. Hardly doubt. But anyways, this is what it is. Boy, we are closing into. Right now it's 1:29 a.m. and I am. So it looks like that other guy too. He's still streaming too, right? He's still streaming too. Alright, boy. Looking hard. But even how much people right now, like, still up on TikTok right now. I highly doubt. Let's see. Much people, a lot of people, well, not much people, not much people. I see only one person is watching. I never buy it, you know. I was saying, I never buy Clip Studio. I never spend a dime on any of the updates. I just went up and looked for the updates and them and see what site might have it, and I end up getting the cracked version of the latest update. But tell you something, eh? The Indians, the Chinese or Japanese or Russians, they are the ones who doing the cracking. So no Spanish people, say like Mexicans or something. So those who are versed in coding and cracking, they are doing the cracking. I just go and look for it, and I just end up finding it somehow, and I'll be like, okay, well, I'm gonna try it out, and lo and behold, it is work, and I just have it. Yeah, son. So what I will do is I'll send you. You know what? Add me on Discord. I'll send you a Discord link because I want to post this on YouTube. Send you a Discord link. Sonyan with the school, which is the school. Discord. We Discord. Come on. Just let me know when you're in. I'm in streaming now. That's the server in the Black Liquid Animation. See, let me know. Today at 1:34 a.m. That is the time. Let's go to Odyssey. See. Odyssey. Odyssey. As you can see. Alright, there it is. Nice. Oh, yep, that's more like it. Yep, here you go. You watch that video and you follow the steps, you are good to go. And yes, so let's follow everything. Yeah, yes, you're welcome. No problem. No, I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the toilet. That boy trying to get this thing to look smooth as proper, smooth as possible. It's what it is. It is. Yeah.
Taking a deep breath, he thinks to himself that today will probably be another boring day. Suddenly, he hears hurried footsteps in the hallway. His nanny bursts into the room, greeting him with a cheerful, "Good morning, young master." Jamie turns to greet her politely. She walks over, smiling, and asks why he's up so early. Jamie explains that he's admiring the morning sky, which looks especially beautiful. The nanny's face lights up as she praises him, calling him wonderful. Jamie glances away, thinking her compliment is a bit much. The nanny starts helping him get dressed and remarks that enjoying the sky is nice, but his parents are waiting for him. She asks if he minds her assistance, and Jamie agrees without hesitation. Once he's ready, the nanny leads him to the dining room. Jamie lets out a quiet sigh, already feeling the monotony of the day. His family is gathered around the table, and his mother greets him warmly. As Jamie sits down, his mother gushes about how adorable the children are, teasingly saying their cuteness must come from her husband. Jamie smiles politely, but his thoughts drift to his mother's noble lineage. Sears Bell Welton, the only daughter of the Bell family, is an important figure in this new life of his. Jamie's father, Argino Welton, the head of the royal family, is one of the kingdom's 5 sword masters. Argino chuckles at his wife's compliment, saying their children are angels because they take after her. He adds that their sparkling eyes are proof of it. Jamie looks at his younger sister, Sarah Welton, the second child of the family. Sarah picks up a piece of food with her fork and playfully tells Jamie to open wide. Jamie obliges, thanking her for feeding him such delicious food. In return, he picks up a bite of her favorite dish and feeds her back. Their parents watch with happy smiles, but Jamie hides his expression, annoyed by how dull it all feels. All he wants is some peace and quiet. After breakfast, Jamie retreats to his room. He collapses face first onto his pillow, muttering to himself that he can't get used to how cute his family can be. Hugging his pillow, he thinks of ways to pass the time, like exploring the private library. Yet, a darker thought crosses his mind. He wishes he could just die because of his inability to speak properly, as if his tongue doesn't work right. Despite this, he admits he has grown fond of the mansion. Suddenly, a flying eye lands on his head. Jamie grabs it, realizing his reincarnation has granted him new powers. Crushing the eye in his hand, he watches its black blood spread over his fingers. He thinks bitterly of the 12 gods, clinging to their beliefs like parasites. Even though he's weak now, Jamie knows time is on his side. In a world that has forgotten much about dark magic, the gods may still look down on him, but that won't last forever. Just then, his nanny bursts into the room, reminding him it's time to read children's books with his mother. Jamie stays silent, curses flashing through his mind. When she calls his name again, he forces a smile and says he's coming. As he follows her, he thinks sarcastically that pretending to be the cute little boy might as well be worse than being sealed again. When they arrive, Jamie greets his mother and sister with a polite smile, asking what book they'll read today. Sears and Sarah, surprised by his sweetness, rush to hug him tightly, squeezing him with affection. Jamie endures it with a forced grin, cursing internally. Sears showers Jamie with affection, her love evident in every gesture, while Jamie quietly endures it. She introduces the book they will read, The Great Magician Heines, and asks if the children like the name. The children settle beside her as she begins reading the fairy tale. After finishing, she closes the book, announcing that Heines lives happily ever after, and asks if they enjoy the story. Jamie smiles and expresses his admiration for Heines, saying he wants to become a magician like him. Sears responds with praise, reminding Jamie of his intelligence and how he has already defeated 3 of his magic teachers. Jamie wonders silently if she is mocking him. Sears pats his head and mentions that his father has invited the kingdom's most powerful magician specifically for him. Jamie studies her face and concludes that she is not joking. Forcing another smile, he acknowledges how wonderful his father is. Rising from the couch, he prepares to leave, but Sears stops him, reminding him to enjoy the fresh air instead of spending all his time in the library. She opens her arms, insisting he hug her. With a heavy sigh, Jamie reluctantly complies, thinking about how much he wants to leave. She suggests he play with her instead, squeezing him tightly as he inwardly begs her to stop. Later, Jamie sits by the window, reading a book. He closes it with a sigh, disappointed that it offers no new insights on mana. Frustrated by the lack of useful material in the library, he realizes it is already lunchtime. Dreading another meal with his family, Jamie hurries to the dining room, hoping to arrive before the nanny fetches him. On his way out, he encounters an old man in the corridor. The old man gazes at the statue near the dining room entrance and comments on the rarity of using such an artifact as decoration, something fitting for the prestigious Welton family. Jamie, observing him, begins to wonder who this man could be. When the old man finally notices Jamie, he greets him with a calm demeanor. Jamie studies him and immediately senses the sheer amount of mana radiating from him, flowing endlessly like a powerful storm. He quickly concludes that this man must be a 7th-level magician at the very least. Growing suspicious, Jamie questions how someone like this entered the mansion. He considers the possibility of teleportation or even robbery, but quickly dismisses the idea when he notices the old man's composed behavior. It doesn't match that of someone invading the residence of a swordmaster. The old man, meanwhile, observes Jamie's reaction closely. Jamie demands to know the man's identity and how he got there, reminding him that this is not a public space. The old man senses Jamie's aura and notes that the boy's strength is remarkable, comparable to a tiger cub destined to grow into a full-fledged tiger, much like his father. Impressed, the old man silently concludes that Jamie is no ordinary child. However, he remains silent, refusing to answer Jamie's question. Jamie finds this infuriating, interpreting the man's calm attitude as condescension. Feeling disrespected, Jamie thinks the old man should kneel before him, yet here he stands, acting as if everything is perfectly normal. Jamie's annoyance boils over into anger. Deciding to teach the man a lesson, Jamie prepares to unleash his magic, determined to show him the consequences of underestimating him. The old man, observing Jamie's intentions, acknowledges the boy's formidable strength and realizes the rumors about him are not exaggerated. Despite his young age, Jamie's mana is extraordinary. Intrigued, the old man decides to test Jamie by using magic himself. Jamie notices the old man's actions, and his face twists with rage. Inwardly, he seethes, questioning how this fool dares to challenge him, Diablo Volfir, who in a past life nearly destroyed all the gods. Jamie fires a flash at the old man, but he remains standing, totally unharmed. Only a little dust rises at the entrance to the dining room. Jamie thinks this is not at all what he imagined. It does nothing to the man. The old man smiles widely and seems impressed. He wonders aloud if Jamie is really only 9 years old. He shouts that it was a good try and declares that it is now his turn. He channels his magic toward Jamie, who thinks the man is incredibly skilled. A bright flash flies in Jamie's direction, but he realizes the spell isn't actually aimed at him, meaning he doesn't need to evade it. The old man is surprised and notices that Jamie doesn't even flinch. At that very moment, Argino appears, protecting Jamie from the magic. He tells the old man that he has gone too far. Argino then walks up to Jamie and asks if he is okay. Jamie confirms that he is fine and pretends to wipe away his tears. Argino is surprised, thinking his child is crying. He turns furiously to the old man, Marquis Linmel, and says he wants to have a few words with him. Jamie looks at the old man with a malicious smile. Marquis, noticing the change in Jamie's behavior, thinks Jamie is acting more modestly in front of his father. Marquis laughs hard, finding the situation surprising and quite funny. He even says he envies Argino. Argino is taken aback and wonders if Marquis attacked his child because he is unwell. Afterward, the two retire to Argino's office and begin drinking tea. Argino places his cup on the table and reminds Marquis that Jamie is his son and the heir to the Welton family. Marquis takes a sip of tea and replies that he knows. Argino, displeased, asks what he means by that. Marquis tells him to calm down, mentioning that Argino's aura makes him uneasy. As expected from a swordmaster, it is quite intimidating. The Marquis then asks how much Argino really knows about Jamie. Argino replies, asking what he should know. The Marquis answers that Argino should understand how brilliant Jamie truly is. This makes Argino angry, and he says that's why he trusted the Marquis with Jamie, only for the Marquis to suddenly attack him. Observing Argino's anger, the Marquis thinks to himself that Argino doesn't know anything about Jamie. He decides to pretend he didn't hear Argino's words. Argino asks what the Marquis means by that. As he reflects on it, he remembers that Marquis Linmel, who is considered the most powerful 8th grade magician alive, probably wouldn't recognize Jamie's potential. This leads him to wonder if Jamie might not be as talented as he believed. The Marquis notices Argino's doubts and quickly clarifies that this isn't what he meant. Argino asks him to explain more clearly. The Marquis responds that he couldn't take Jamie as an apprentice because he wouldn't be able to handle him. Argino is stunned and asks if an 8th-level magician can't handle Jamie. Then who can? The Marquis smiles and says that Jamie can already read his movements. Argino is shocked, thinking that's impossible no matter how smart Jamie is. The Marquis continues, saying Jamie also figured out that the spell wasn't aimed at him and didn't even flinch. That's not all. Jamie has already reached 3rd-class magician status through self-training. Despite his young age and physical limitations, his skill level is even higher than 4th class. Argino is surprised but pleased. The Marquis adds that Jamie isn't just a genius, he's a monster. This child doesn't need a teacher, he just needs their support to keep growing. The Marquis speculates that they may have just given birth to a legendary 9th grade magician. Argino remains silent, clenching his fist in shock, wondering if Jamie can really become a legendary 9th grade magician. The Marquis rises from the couch and apologizes for attacking Jamie. He says that enormous discoveries await in magic, in the entire world. Laughing, he adds that it will be quite fun. With a flash of bright sparks, his body disappears from the office. Argino remains seated, lost in thought, reflecting on everything that just happened. He leans back and lets out a heavy sigh. As night falls, Jamie returns to his room, muttering how tired he is. His mother, having learned of the old man's actions, begins to fuss over him, wrapping him tightly in her arms and asking if he's okay. She wonders if he was terribly scared and promises to deal with the old man. Jamie, frustrated, thinks about how much time he's wasted. He removes his jewelry and examines the real spell. It's not bad at all. The composition, technique, balance, and type are all top-notch. But rather than being impressed with the Marquis, Jamie finds himself more impressed by his father, Count Argino Welton. He smiles, chuckling to himself, acknowledging his father's strength, and admitting that his father truly deserves to be his father. Suddenly, Marquis's voice cuts through the silence, asking what's so amusing. Jamie turns to see the old man sitting on his bed, his face twisted in a terrible grimace. Marquis remarks that Jamie must have been so deep in thought that he didn't even notice him. Startled, Jamie screams in fear, falling to the floor. He demands to know why Marquis is there, accusing him of scaring him. The Marquis laughs and asks if Jamie is really so easy to frighten. Jamie insists on knowing how the Marquis got into his room. The Marquis casually explains that he teleported into the room. Jamie mutters under his breath, realizing that his father must have allowed the Marquis to live. Though he already knows Marquis is unusual, the ability to teleport in without any issues makes him uneasy. The Marquis grins, commenting on how humble Jamie is around his father, and questions why Jamie acts so differently with him. Jamie picks himself up off the floor and counters, asking if Marquis really thinks family and strangers are the same. The old man laughs, calling Jamie amusing, then adds that he wishes Jamie were a little stronger. Jamie asks what he means by that, and starts wondering who this strange old man really is and why he looks at him in such a peculiar way, especially since they've only just met. Marquis hands him a book, saying it's for him. Jamie examines it, and realizes it must be a magical memoir. The book falls into his hands, and he asks why Marquis is giving it to him. Marquis explains that the magic Jamie uses has become obsolete, so he decided to give him the book. Jamie finds the comment humiliating, understanding that Marquis is implying his magic is outdated. Marquis asks if Jamie is so moved by the gift. He clarifies that the book contains many of his original spells, and that Jamie will be the first to read it. Excited, Jamie immediately opens the book and starts examining the spells created by the great magician. He wonders how the magic of Marquis's time differs from his own, and resolves to prove his worth, even if Marquis thinks his magic is outdated. Suddenly, Marquis speaks again. Jamie looks up from the book as Marquis begins to disappear, his voice filled with high hopes for Jamie. He speculates about how much stronger Jamie will become by the time they meet again. As the Marquis fades from view, Jamie confidently replies that he will be much stronger than Marquis can imagine. Jamie returns his attention to the book, his eyes scanning the text. It describes a method where one channels all the magic in the world through themselves, absorbing it with their heart. This technique is the most effective way to control mana. However, there's a significant limitation. The amount of mana that can be absorbed is restricted. Marquis's earlier comment about Jamie's magic being outdated makes Jamie reflect on the kind of spells Marquis has created. As he flips through the pages, he finds the methods both amusing and complex. He realizes that the technique requires him to feel every particle of mana, allowing it to pass through his entire body and skin. Feeling exhausted, Jamie lies down on the bed, acknowledging that mastering this method will take considerable effort. He thinks about how old techniques can't easily be surpassed, but recognizes two key flaws in the method. Smiling, he reaffirms his identity as Diablo Volfier. With renewed enthusiasm, Jamie rises from the bed, opens the book again, and admits that Marquis has given him a new perspective. Determined, he vows to read every page. However, he realizes he'll need assistance. Snapping his fingers, he summons a flying eye, which lands on his shoulder. Jamie turns to the flying eye, asking if it can release some mana. The familiar black responds with a sound, focuses, and then sharply opens its eye as it rises into the air. Jamie watches intently, noting the first disadvantage of the technique. The absorption of mana by the body has a limit, meaning he will need to carefully maintain the right proportions. However, with Black's help, this issue will be resolved. Since Black shares a soul contract with Jamie, it can burn the required amount of mana, ensuring that the proportions remain balanced. With the first disadvantage addressed, Jamie shifts his focus to the second problem. The second challenge, Jamie realizes, lies in his own body. If his heart can only accept a limited amount of mana, he reasons that the solution is simple. He just needs to distribute the mana throughout his entire body. This approach, he concludes, will eliminate any restrictions and allow him to harness the mana without limit. The next morning, the nanny calls for the Count to come to Jamie's room. She peers in anxiously, noticing Jamie sitting on his bed, deep in meditation. Concerned about Jamie, she calls out to the Count. Argino enters the room and asks what's wrong. The nanny explains that something seems off with the young master. The Count watches Jamie closely and sees that mana is swirling around him. Although he knows Marquis has given Jamie something, he's amazed that his son has learned to manipulate mana in just one night. He wonders if his sweet son truly has so many hidden talents. Instructing the nanny to leave Jamie undisturbed for the day, Argino adds that someone should be placed at his door to keep watch. The nanny assures him she will personally keep an eye on Jamie, so there is no need to worry. As Argino leaves, the nanny expresses her hope that everything will be okay with the young master. Walking away from the room, the Count reflects on the idea of Jamie becoming a magician instead of a swordsman. He wonders if this is influenced by his wife's family. But even so, Jamie's abilities are beyond his expectations. A smile spreads across his face as he imagines Jamie potentially becoming a 9th-grade magician. Time passes, and Jamie eventually opens his eyes, joyfully proclaiming his success. At first, managing mana is difficult because of its unpredictable movements, but after several attempts, he succeeds. However, he realizes his current limit is at the 4th level, and he sighs in disappointment, frustrated that he's already nearing this limitation. The little black familiar on his head squeaks, prompting Jamie to look up and ask what it wants. He acknowledges that he has no immediate desire to improve his physical abilities, understanding that he is still too young and weak. The black familiar moves to Jamie's shoulder, squeaking again. Jamie smiles, glad for its support, and decides to be patient. He knows he has already made good progress, so the next step won't be too hard. He tells Black to use a spell called Indisability, which makes him disappear like he's vanished into thin air. Jamie thinks about meeting his father but knows he must hide his mana. If his father discovers his true abilities, everything could go wrong. Black hides Jamie's mana, and Jamie notices that he can barely feel its presence, which is just what he wanted. Confident that his father won't detect him, Jamie leaves his room, ready to meet him. He walks through the corridors with a faint black aura around him. Meanwhile, the Count is in a meeting with a priest. The Count looks busy and asks the priest why he's there. The priest answers that he just wanted to greet him and thank him for allowing the genus religion to grow in Hisa territory. The count explains that he supports his community, which is why he's given the genus religion a chance. The priest asks for more details, so the count adds that since the Zenith religion is gaining popularity, he wants to make it the strongest in his lands. The priest understands that the count is showing his authority and warns him not to treat his followers as tools of the gods. Though he's heard rumors about the count, the priest now takes him more seriously. The count, sensing the meeting should end, says he's very busy. The priest laughs, thanks him, and leaves, blessing him with wishes from the great Zenith. The count smiles politely but drops it as soon as the door shuts behind the priest. Jamie, hiding behind a column, watches the priest leave. He notices the crescent moon symbol with a yellow sphere and feels a dark energy coming from him. Jamie wonders why such a person is here and how the Zenith religion ended up in his homeland. He bites his nails, questioning why his father has made his land so religious and why he chose the Zenith religion specifically. Jamie concludes that the religion has no place in their lands and realizes his only choice is to convince his father to drive them away, especially since the religion is officially sanctioned. Determined to start his investigation, Jamie approaches his father's door and announces himself. They move to the living room, where Jamie proudly shares his progress. Argino expresses his pride, asking if that means Jamie has mastered everything. Jamie confirms, and Argino notes that Jamie must really enjoy magic. Jamie responds that magic is simply very powerful. Argino's expression shifts, and Jamie asks if something is wrong. Argino admits he had imagined Jamie would grow up like any other child. Jamie asks what he means by that. Argino reflects on Jamie's hidden talents and the difficulties of living as a genius. He thinks about how people often admire talented children at first, only to grow tired and criticize them later. He wonders if embracing his genius is truly in Jamie's best interest. Argino grips the armrest and tells Jamie that if he doesn't enjoy magic, he can stop and pursue something else. However, if Jamie is determined to follow this path, Argino promises not to oppose him and will support him as best he can. Jamie smiles and reassures his father not to worry, affirming he will never give up magic. Argino smiles back, impressed. He looks at Jamie, marveling at how much mana a 9-year-old can possess. He can already feel mana radiating from Jamie's entire body. Suddenly, he realizes that the mana seems to be stored throughout Jamie's body, not just his heart. Concerned, he asks if Jamie has learned everything from the memoirs Marquess Linmel gave him the previous day. Jamie confirms, adding to himself that he has also improved some of the techniques described in the book. A cold sweat rolls down Argino's face as he wonders how much Marquess has taught Jamie. He questions how a child could learn so much in just one day, and begins to consider the possibility that Jamie might truly become a legendary 9th-grade magician. Laughing at the thought, he admits to himself that compared to Jamie, he feels insignificant. Argino expresses his pride in Jamie, laughing heartily that day. Jamie laughs along, but as his father pats him on the head, his amusement turns awkward. He silently wishes his father would stop. Suddenly, Argino points at Black and asks if Jamie summoned the creature himself. Startled, Jamie nervously asks if his father can see it. In a panic, Black flies above Jamie's head, and Jamie realizes, despite his efforts to make Black invisible, his father can see it. Argino smiles, observing the familiar shape. He notes that it looks like a bat but seems too round and cute to be one. He spreads his arms to show its size and asks if he's right. Jamie, unsure of his father's strength, wonders if Argino has figured out that he used dark magic to create the familiar. He admits to shaping it as a bat and explains that he tried to hide it, thinking his father would be surprised. Argino hugs him immediately, amazed at his talent and proudly declaring how lucky he is to have such a genius for a son. After a while, Jamie leaves the room, feeling exhausted and overwhelmed by his family's affection. He wonders why they love him so much. As night falls, Jamie puts on his cloak and summons Black. The familiar appears behind him, its large black wings flapping. Jamie declares that he needs to uncover why the religion has chosen his territory and decides it's time to take action. Black picks him up and together, they soar into the sky above the night city. Meanwhile, in an alley, 2 men from a criminal organization meet. One asks what the boss has said. The other replies that the boss has instructed them to follow the plan carefully to avoid death. Sighing, the first man wonders what the future holds for them. Philip, one of the men, admits he doesn't understand what they've gotten into with their boss. Jance, his partner, explains that the boss is willing to sacrifice anything to achieve his goals. He points out that Hisa is a land where even Earl Welton allows organizations like theirs to coexist, as long as they don't cross certain lines. However, human trafficking has clearly crossed that line. Philip hopes they can escape quietly without getting caught. Jance dismisses this, asserting they will inevitably be caught. He emphasizes the Count's love for his children and notes that if the Count discovers they are using children for human trafficking, he will eliminate all criminal organizations in the city. Philip counters that the boss seems confident they won't get caught. Jance grits his teeth, questioning if the boss really thinks a swordmaster won't catch them. Philip replies that Han Ni's people will supposedly help them. Jance scoffs, remarking that Han Ni is willing to do anything. Philip wonders aloud what their options are: escape or betrayal. Jance insists betrayal is out of the question due to the underworld's strict rules and suggests they try to escape. Philip agrees, arguing that it's better to die trying to escape than any other way. Jance, however, worries that no matter how vast the lands are, they'll be hunted down either way. Philip acknowledges the concern but decides to wait and see how things unfold. As they speak, Jamie quietly sneaks up behind them. Jance asks who initiated the slave trade in this territory, while Jamie peeks around the corner, listening intently. Philip speculates that the boss must have received an irresistible offer and acted on impulse, though he's still unsure of the motive. Suddenly, the men notice Jamie. They demand to know who he is, and Jamie, smiling, simply remarks that he finds the situation very interesting. Jance clenches his fist and declares that if Jamie won't talk, he should prepare to die. He and Philip attack Jamie, but Jamie suddenly disappears, leaving them searching frantically. Jance remarks in confusion that Jamie has vanished, insisting there is no one there. Suddenly Jamie's voice echoes, freezing them in place. Jamie asks them what they have been discussing so enthusiastically. He reappears before them, kneeling, and demands to hear everything, preferably with all the details. Using his magic, he terrifies them into submission. Both men sit down and confess everything. Jamie listens in silence, realizing that they are trafficking people, including children. He reflects bitterly that these are the types of people his father despises most. He finds their actions infuriating and wonders if they have some death wish. He thinks about how both gods and humans manipulate others for their own ends, noting that these criminals are no different from the gods. He also questions what their boss has been thinking when assigning them such a mission. Certain that his father would detest this, Jamie feels a bad premonition. He jumps off the boxes he has been sitting on and uses magic on the men, commanding them to go to the Count's estate and confess everything they know. The two men, compelled by his magic, stand up to obey. Jamie remarks that the morning will certainly be tumultuous. As the robbers make their way to the estate, Jamie instructs Black to prepare for their return. Before they can take off, however, both men are violently thrown back at lightning speed. Philip hits the wall, leaving a gaping hole in his stomach, while his companion is completely burned. Philip's lifeless body falls onto the road with a sickening sound. Jamie turns to see what has happened. Suddenly, a man's laughter erupts behind him, mocking the fallen men as thick-headed idiots. One of the man's accomplices reminds him to keep quiet, fearing that the guards might already be following them. Jamie turns to face them and tries to process what kind of person this loud, deranged individual might be. Using his magic, Jamie addresses the man, demanding to know why he dared to attack those under his command. A magic circle appears behind Jamie as he casts a spell on the fallen robbers, forbidding them to die until they complete his instructions. Their wounds begin to heal, shocking Han Ni, who is responsible for the attack. Han Ni notices Jamie and sarcastically remarks on the unexpected guest, instructing his subordinates to capture both Jamie and the two injured men. As Jamie continues his spell, Han Ni barks at his subordinates to hurry, threatening them with death if they delay. Two men begin dragging Philip and Jance, who are almost fully healed. Han Ni mocks them further, promising to kill them again later. A tear rolls down Philip's cheek as he pleads with Jamie for help. Jamie, watching them being dragged away, calls Han Ni scum. Han Ni laughs mockingly and dismisses Jamie's words. Suddenly, a sharp magical projectile flies toward Jamie, aimed at his head. Han Ni gleefully attacks, piercing Jamie's body repeatedly with magic, laughing maniacally and enjoying the sight. He declares that it is so cool and wants to hear Jamie scream before his death. Han Ni burns Jamie's body to ash and turns to his accomplice, who watches in horror. The accomplice asks why Han Ni killed him, but Han Ni seems confused, saying he had aimed for the boy. Suddenly, Jamie's voice speaks directly into Han Ni's ear, asking if he has enjoyed himself. Startled, Han Ni backs away as Jamie confronts him, questioning his amusement at killing his partner. Han Ni begins to panic, realizing that he has mistakenly killed someone else and that Jamie is alive. The ominous aura emanating from Jamie leaves him paralyzed with fear. Jamie criticizes Han Ni's arrogance, calling him out for overestimating his abilities as a third-class wizard. Han Ni, enraged and terrified, attempts to use the Buster spell, summoning a massive stream of fire intended to incinerate Jamie completely. Confident in the spell's power, Han Ni believes it will reduce Jamie to ashes. Amid the blinding flash of magic, Jamie stands unharmed and begins explaining the human psyche. He states that people feel utterly helpless when facing someone far stronger than themselves, which is why he enjoys manipulating those weaker than him. Han Ni collapses to his knees, his face hitting the ground. He lies motionless, overwhelmed by Jamie's power. Han Ni's partner, witnessing the ease with which Jamie defeats him, calls Jamie a monster and decides to flee. Before he can escape, Jamie uses dark magic to surround their bodies, compressing them painfully. The bandits scream in agony as Jamie's magic crushes them. Jamie approaches Han Ni, announcing that his time has come. He grabs Han Ni by the hair, lifting his head, and declares that Han Ni will answer all his questions as his slave. Han Ni immediately addresses him as master and obeys without resistance. Han Ni begins talking about little children, but Jamie cuts him off, saying he has heard it all before. He tells Han Ni that attempting to manipulate him is a waste of time. Jamie thinks to himself that his father will eventually discover the truth, thanks to the 2 bandits he has already sent. He lets Han Ni go and considers what to do with him. Although he has stopped Han Ni's death, his soul is almost completely destroyed. While his body is physically fine, it won't sustain him for long. Jamie contemplates his options. Since Han Ni is only a third-class magician, he could potentially turn him into an undead. However, due to his damaged soul, Han Ni would decay rapidly even if revived. Jamie realizes that while Han Ni might appear normal on a battlefield, his decaying state would draw too much attention in a peaceful place like this. With no better alternative, Jamie decides to try another method. Smiling, he reasons that as a third-class magician, Han Ni should have enough mana for his needs. He points his hand toward Han Ni's head and begins absorbing his mana, wishing himself a bon appetit. After finishing, Han Ni's body begins to boil. Jamie remarks that the mana isn't bad, though it contains impurities due to Han Ni's human nature. He feels fortunate to consume such a large amount of mana and wipes his lips with a handkerchief. Turning to Philip and Jance, Jamie wonders aloud what to do with them. Approaching them, he observes that even though he has given them some of his mana, they won't survive long in their current state. Sparks of dark magic separate from Jamie's body, and Black materializes from the energy. Black squeaks inquisitively, and Jamie addresses the 2 bandits, saying that because they still have unfinished business, he can't let them die. Jamie decides to use necromancy, a magical technique for reviving dead bodies. He reflects that necromancy isn't the same as resurrection. Bodies revived through necromancy aren't truly alive but are undead, existing in a state contrary to the laws of nature. These undead creatures are neither fully alive nor fully dead. Jamie instructs Black to assist him, and the familiar rises into the sky, waiting for the command. Jamie initiates the spell and addresses the bandits, commanding them to relinquish their mortality and rebel against death. Philip's veins bulge as Jamie notes that his spirit still lingers in the afterlife. Jamie declares that immortality awaits them and urges them to forsake death. The bandits' eyes roll back as tears stream down their faces. Screaming in agony, Philip and Jance are brought back to life with Black's help. Once the ritual is complete, the bandits kneel before Jamie, pledging their loyalty and awaiting his orders. Jamie stares at them in disbelief, wondering if the process is truly finished. He notices lingering black smoke around them and questions if he has made a mistake. Black lands on his head, squeaking guiltily. Jamie, annoyed, asks what Black has done wrong. Jamie reassures Black not to worry, insisting that everything has been done perfectly. Still frustrated, Jamie tugs at Black in irritation and admits that, although he knows the mistake is his, it is difficult to accept. Black squeals in response, and Jamie admits that he usually doesn't dwell on past successes. However, he is upset that all his previous undead servants are now missing. Black squeals for Jamie to stop, and Jamie remarks that he can't use the bandits in their current state anyway. He decides it would be better to get rid of them. Stroking his chin, he notes that with the black smoke emanating from them, they wouldn't be able to carry out Zenith's orders or even walk down the street without attracting attention. Suddenly, Black starts swaying side to side before unexpectedly biting Jamie on the cheek. Annoyed, Jamie exclaims at the audacity of his familiar and questions who gave it permission to bite its master. Black quickly flies away, landing on Azard's head, where it begins absorbing all the dark haze surrounding the bandits. Jamie, surprised, asks if Black is even capable of such a thing. Black chews the dark haze persistently, and after some time, not a single trace of it remains. Jamie acknowledges that the bandits can now be useful and turns his attention to Black, who has grown significantly larger from the haze it has consumed. Jamie pets Black and praises it for a job well done. Jamie then turns to the 2 bandits and decides to give them new names. He commands them to rebel and names Jance, Azard, and Philip, Ryza. After repeatedly ordering them to rebel, they finally regain consciousness. Jamie waves his hand, and the bandits, now free of the haze, stare ahead in confusion. Observing their blank and surprised faces, Jamie concludes that they likely have no idea what is happening. He decides to give them some time to adjust. After a long silence, Azard finally breaks it by asking if Jamie is the one who brought him back to life. Jamie confirms that this is indeed the case. Azard grows fearful, trying to comprehend who Jamie is. He thinks about how young Jamie appears, likely only 9 or 10 years old, yet exudes a massive, ominous aura. Azard compares him to a sinister character from a childhood story, a creature that defies the world itself, something that shouldn't exist in this reality. Jamie grins and asks if he looks like a demon lord in their eyes. Ryza, nervous but resolute, declares that he doesn't care if Jamie is a demon lord or something else. To him, Jamie looks like a human. Jamie, intrigued by Ryza's defiance, thinks there must be flaws in his spell since Ryza seems unaware of who his master now is. Extending his index finger forward, Jamie decides that this behavior can't be overlooked. He points downward, causing Ryza to fall abruptly, hitting his head on the ground. Jamie approaches Ryza and warns him that he will forgive the transgression this time, but if he ever makes that face again, there will be consequences. Terrified, Ryza acknowledges the warning, and Jamie turns to Azard, stating that the same applies to him. Azard quickly agrees, and Jamie reflects on the nature of soul subjugation. He understands that it doesn't matter what they want. As long as they are bound by the contract, their lives belong to it. This, he muses, is the essence of dark magic. Suddenly, Jamie remembers something and clarifies that he is not a demon lord. Azard hesitantly asks who he is. Jamie removes his hood and, with a smile, reveals that he is an ordinary dark magician. A magician who once tried to kill the gods and now lives solely for that purpose. Jamie instructs his new subordinates to keep a close eye on the Zenith Church and gather information about it. He tells them to bring him anyone who might have knowledge about human trafficking, emphasizing that such a person must be the one to reveal everything to his father. The two bandits obey without question. After issuing the orders, Jamie vanishes. Ryza looks up, sighs in relief, and remarks that Jamie is gone. Azard also sighs, and they exchange glances. Hesitantly, Azard suggests they start their work, and Ryza agrees, acknowledging that they have no choice but to follow Jamie's commands. Meanwhile, Black expresses its complaints to Jamie, who reassures it that everything will be fine. He explains that the bandits are too afraid to disobey his orders. Black sits on Jamie's shoulder as he remarks that, thanks to their efforts, his father will be able to address the problem of the slave trade personally. Black, however, bites Jamie on the cheek again, squealing. Jamie responds by saying he can't allow the trade to continue in these lands, as they will one day belong to him. Suddenly, footsteps approach, and Jamie tells Black that they need to finish for the day. Out of nowhere, a boy runs into Jamie's back and falls to the ground. Confused, the boy wonders if he has crashed into someone. Annoyed, Jamie turns around and asks if the boy is blind. His irritation turns to curiosity when he realizes the boy is a child. The boy points out that Jamie is also a child. Black clings to Jamie's hair as Jamie admits that he is only 9 years old. He decides to let the boy go this time, but warns him to be more careful in the future. Jamie walks away, and the boy quietly mutters that Jamie acts like an adult despite having no gray hairs on his head. Just then, Black pulls on Jamie's hair, making him stop abruptly. Jamie turns around, surprised, and the boy frowns, asking what he wants. Jamie glances at Black and realizes the familiar has reacted to the boy's comment about his hair color. Annoyed, Jamie wonders how Black has become so unruly and thinks it lacks proper manners. Turning to the boy, Jamie threatens him, warning him to watch his words unless he wants to face consequences. Frightened, the boy apologizes profusely and runs off. Jamie sighs and asks Black if it is satisfied now. Black squeals contentedly, and Jamie decides they need to return home quickly. Once home, Jamie sits on his bed and scolds Black, asking if it understands what it has done. Black squeals apologetically, but Jamie warns that if it pulls a similar stunt again, the consequences will be harsher. Black squeaks again, and Jamie wonders where Black could have picked up such behavior. Lying down on his bed, Jamie laments how tired he is. He realizes he has used more power than anticipated and has much more work ahead. He notes that his once easy and carefree life is over. Jamie reflects on the looming threat of Zenith, a god he despises, whose influence is spreading in his territory. The thought of Zenith makes him clench his fist. Placing his hand on his forehead, Jamie resolves to face whatever challenges Zenith and his followers bring, declaring that he will destroy them all. Meanwhile, Azard returns to the shelter to continue their work. He asks where the older brother is. A frightened man hesitates and nervously inquires if Azard is alive. Ignoring the question, Azard repeats his demand to know the older brother's whereabouts. The man finally admits that Han Ni has declared he will personally kill both Azard and Ryza. Stammering, he questions why Azard is still alive. Azard, frustrated, thinks about how he could have been overwhelmed by such weaklings who don't even know how to use mana. He punches the wall behind him and, addressing Pep, demands he not make him repeat himself. Pep, overwhelmed by fear, thinks about Azard's newfound strength and wonders what has happened to him. More importantly, he questions where all the other guys are. Pep realizes that if others know Jance has returned, it will cause chaos, but it seems like Azard and Ryza have already dealt with everyone. Unsure of what to do, Pep raises his hands in surrender and says he doesn't know where his elder brother has gone. Ryza steps forward and asks if Pep is sure about that. Terrified, Pep nervously addresses him and insists he is telling the truth, stuttering and smiling nervously. He assures them they can ask anyone, and they will say the same. Ryza, unconvinced, thinks about how tired he is, and decides it is time to find the boss to fulfill Jamie's orders. Since the boss is well informed about everything happening in the city, Ryza reasons that he might also know something about the Zenith Church. Ryza asks Pep where the boss might be. Pep panics internally, realizing he needs to give a convincing answer or risk losing his life. After thinking quickly, he replies that the boss likes girls and drinking, so he is likely at one of the nearby bars. Azard glances at Ryza and agrees that Pep might be right. Ryza nods and suggests they check out all the bars. Pep sighs in relief, thinking he has avoided danger. However, his relief is short-lived as Azard strikes him in the face and suggests taking him as a witness since the master has ordered them to find one. Azard debates aloud where they can hide Pep and suggests tying him up in the forest. Ryza, kicking Pep, agrees with the idea, but proposes locking him in the basement of his house instead. He reminds Azard that they have wasted enough time and need to leave. Azard slings Pep over his shoulder, and the two leave to continue their mission. Later, a young boy enters a room filled with corpses. Shocked, he asks what has happened and confirms to himself that everyone inside is dead. He worries that he will be beaten again for not meeting his quota the previous day, but realizes there is no one left who can punish him. Panicked, he runs toward the exit, deciding to escape before anyone can suspect him of wrongdoing. Morning arrives, and Jamie wakes up feeling exhausted. Stretching and yawning, he notes how tired he is, and isn't surprised he has slept so long. He reflects that avoiding certain people might no longer be possible. Heading to the dining room, he tells Black to disappear to avoid catching his father's attention. Black obeys, and Jamie enters the dining room, greeting his parents and asking how they slept. His father wishes him good morning, and his sister Sarah cheerfully replies that she slept very well. Noticing his mother isn't at the table, Jamie asks where she is. Suddenly, his mother pounces on him from behind her hiding place, exclaiming that she is right there. Startled, Jamie screams and asks where she has been hiding, admitting he hadn't noticed her. His mother teases him, questioning if he is serious. Jamie looks away, privately admitting to himself that he had known she was behind the door all along. His mother pats him on the head and asks if her little Jamie had been scared. Jamie, playing along, confirms that he is fine once he realized it was her. His mother smiles and compliments his manners. Jamie, realizing what is coming, tries to redirect the attention, suggesting they start eating. Ignoring him, his mother snuggles up to him, calling him cute and wanting to hug him again. Sarah joins in, saying she wants a hug too. Jamie, overwhelmed, internally screams for someone to stop them. The family sits at the table, and Sears hugs Sarah affectionately, calling her sweetie. Jamie glances at Sarah and muses about how soft children's cheeks are. He briefly entertains the idea of squeezing her cheeks but catches himself, embarrassed by the thought. Hiding his face on the table, he realizes how much he has grown accustomed to this calm, familial life. After breakfast, Sears mentions that everything will begin tomorrow. Her husband agrees, and Jamie, picking up Sarah in his arms, asks what will happen. Regino turns to his wife and asks if she hasn't told the children. Sears looks away, admitting that she forgot because she has been so worried about their son. Jamie assumes she is referring to the technique he used earlier, knowing how much she tends to worry. Lowering his eyes, Jamie apologizes sincerely. Sears reassures him, acknowledging that nothing serious will likely happen to him, but warns him against exhausting himself. She adds that if he keeps pushing himself, it might break her heart, and she might faint in the corridor from sadness. Jamie promises not to do it again and repeats his question about what is happening tomorrow. Laughing, Sears reveals that the family will be attending a ball together. Jamie immediately realizes it is the grand ball organized by Earl Simon and Earl Welton, where nearly all the nobility of the Northern Seldom Empire will gather. Sears, delighted, explains that it is the perfect opportunity for the children to experience such an event for the first time. Her excitement contrasts sharply with Jamie's realization that his precious free time is about to come to an end. Later that night, Jamie dons his cloak and summons Black. Black clings to him as Jamie declares that it is time to visit the two blockheads. They make their way to town and enter Riza's house. Azard and Riza, seated at the table, immediately stand and greet Jamie, acknowledging his arrival. Jamie removes his hood and asks if they have completed his tasks. Riza apologizes, admitting they haven't learned anything about the Zenith religion yet, as it is a relatively new organization. Jamie concludes that even the members of Livel wouldn't be able to uncover much in a single day. Shifting his focus, Jamie asks about the other errand. Riza points to a tied-up Pep and presents him as their catch. Pep looks at Jamie and recognizes his distinctive hair color, realizing that the Welton family might have taken control of the situation. Riza informs Jamie that Pep is a member of Livel and notes that Han Ni intended to kill him, proving that Pep isn't an ordinary pawn. Azard adds that Pep claims to know nothing. Jamie decides to interrogate him and orders them to untie his mouth. As soon as the gag is removed, Pep begins pleading for his life, insisting he doesn't know anything. He promises to gather any information Jamie wants if spared. Jamie, unimpressed, calls Pep a child, causing Pep to feel a chill of fear. Jamie assures him that there is no reason to kill him, but he expects Pep to follow his orders. Overwhelmed by Jamie's immense power, Pep cries and swears to do anything Jamie wants, even offering to find his boss. Jamie silences Pep, noting that he is being too loud, and Pep realizes he is suddenly unable to speak. Jamie explains that Pep only needs to do one thing. Placing his hand on Pep's head, Jamie casts a spell, commanding him to go to the Count's estate and reveal everything about Livel's activities. Pep rises without protest and leaves the house, heading toward the estate. Azard and Riza watch him go, and Jamie reassures them that Livel won't catch Pep and that his father will handle the situation first. He instructs his subordinates to leave the city and hide. The two bow and accept Jamie's orders without question. Jamie, curious, asks why they don't question him. They reply that the master's orders are absolute law and cannot be disobeyed. Black perches on Jamie's shoulder, watching as the scene unfolds. Riza comments that he thinks he understands why Jamie has given them these instructions. Jamie recognizes that Riza seems to grasp the situation they are in. He confirms Riza's observation, thinking to himself that his father will likely destroy Livel. Jamie believes it won't benefit his father to know about the existence of these two subordinates during the destruction. Turning away, he informs them that he will be gone for a few days and instructs them to stay quiet until his return. They obey, and Jamie leaves the house. As Jamie walks away, Riza runs after him, calling out. Jamie turns and asks what is wrong. Riza, visibly concerned, questions what they have become. Acknowledging that he knows they are dead and beyond repair, Riza admits he doesn't want to return to his past life. While he appreciates his newfound strength, he is desperate to understand what kind of creature he has become. Jamie asks for clarification, and Riza expresses his suspicion that they might now be top-rank undead, given their extraordinary strength. Jamie, surprised by the question, laughs. Riza, thinking he has asked something foolish, apologizes if it sounds stupid. Jamie reassures him with a smile that it isn't a stupid question, and explains that it is actually amusing. Most people, Jamie notes, would struggle with accepting their transformation into undead, but Riza and Azard seem to have taken it in stride, which Jamie finds fascinating. Riza thanks him, and Jamie reflects on how unique they are compared to others he has encountered. While most reject the idea of becoming monsters and lament their loss of humanity, these two are the opposite. Azard joins them outside, and Jamie observes that he has found reliable servants. He explains to them that they are just ordinary zombies, but he has preserved their appearances from before they died. Their transformation has enhanced their strength significantly, making them far more powerful than regular people. Riza lowers his eyes, disheartened, and acknowledges that they are just ordinary zombies. Jamie laughs and encourages them, stating that everything depends on their efforts. He adds that one day, they might ascend to become zombies of the highest rank. This inspires the two, and they promise to hide as instructed and wait for his return. Jamie prepares to leave and Black squeals. Jamie tells Black not to call them pathetic, noting that he finds them intriguing and reminiscent of someone from his past. Concluding that they have stayed long enough, Jamie decides it is time to go back. That night, the Welton household is unusually restless. One member of Laval, the criminal organization in Hisa, decides to betray his own group, forcing the Count to stay behind to deal with the situation. As a result, only 3 members of the Welton family, Sears, Sarah, and Jamie, set off for Regan, the largest city in the east. Riding in a carriage, Jamie considers that he could have reached the city himself using his teleportation skill. Watching his mother with his sleeping sister, Jamie reflects on how much stronger he has become. Magic has advanced significantly since his time, becoming radically different. However, Jamie cannot determine how much time has passed since his death. He recalls historical accounts of events after his death, such as an army of demons attacking humans under the leadership of a demon lord. Though there have been no wars for several hundred years, Jamie concludes that a considerable amount of time must have elapsed. Dark magic begins to radiate from him as he thinks about the gods' inability to unite, something he finds advantageous for his goals. Dealing with them individually will be easier, even if it means countless people will die, something he no longer considers his concern. Sarah stirs slightly in her sleep, sensing the dark magic. Noticing this, Jamie quickly reins in his power. When his sister smiles in her sleep, Jamie resolves to focus on the upcoming ball first. The carriage rolls into the city, where the streets are adorned with well-maintained lawns near the houses and small market stalls. Nearby, a beautiful temple stands prominently. Jamie looks out of the carriage window and admires the view, commenting on how beautiful the city is. His mother responds enthusiastically, agreeing and pointing out that Regan is the most advanced city in their kingdom. She notes that no other place handles as much wealth as Regan does, marveling at its prosperity. Jamie agrees and thinks to himself that the city's reputation as one of the richest in the kingdom is well-deserved, thanks to Regan. When the carriage stops, the coachman informs them that they have arrived. Jamie expresses his excitement, saying he is so eager to meet Count Simon that it feels like his heart is about to leap out of his chest. His mother, finding his reaction adorable, hugs him and reassures him not to worry so much. Jamie wonders internally why he has to endure such situations, but his mother continues, commenting on how cute his excitement is and suggesting he hold her hand if he needs comfort. She finally lets him go and asks if Jamie admires Count Simon because he wants to become a magician himself. Jamie, feeling cornered, gives an exhausted yes as an answer. His mother praises Count Simon, describing him as incredible. She explains that Simon, the same age as Jamie's father, is already a 7th grade mage and a leader of the kingdom's Eastern Council of Nobles, alongside Earl Welton. She adds that Simon is also known as the Red Lotus Magician because of his magic, which is said to be capable of killing 1,000 people with a single spell. Jamie asks what kind of person Count Simon is. His mother thinks for a moment before describing him as having hair as red as blood. Jamie, slightly surprised, reflects that he isn't interested in Simon's titles or reputation, but is intrigued by his strength and wants to speak with him. As the carriage enters the estate, Jamie wonders how his upcoming conversation with Count Simon will compare to his brief, somewhat unproductive dialogue with Marquis Linmull. When they arrive, Sears steps out of the carriage and instructs the children to follow her carefully. Jamie eagerly gets out of the carriage. A man who greets them asks Sears if she is the wife of Earl Welton, and she confirms. The man offers to escort them to their chambers. He leads them to luxurious rooms and informs them that these chambers are theirs for the duration of the event. He adds that they can make any requests through their personal butler. Sears comments on how caring Count Simon is, and Jamie agrees, appreciating the thoughtfulness of having his own space. Jamie thinks about how he wouldn't have liked sharing a room with his parents. Sears instructs the children to return to her once they have settled their belongings. After a few minutes, a maid begins braiding Sears' hair and complimenting her on its smoothness and beauty. Jamie enters the room and is taken aback, commenting that his mother looks beautiful. Sears laughs and asks Jamie if he truly thinks so, and Jamie confirms, much to her delight. Overjoyed, she runs to him, exclaiming that he also looks very handsome that day. The maid quickly reminds Sears to control herself, warning that she might ruin her appearance. With tears in her eyes, Sears pleads to hug Jamie just once, but the maid refuses, explaining that her dress would wrinkle. Jamie sighs in relief at being spared, and another maid announces that Sarah, the young lady, is also ready. Sarah steps out wearing a cute dress, and their mother Sears exclaims with joy, praising how adorable she looks. Jamie looks at Sarah and compliments her, saying she looks like a doll. Sarah, delighted, asks if she is cute. Jamie assures her that she is very nice, but points out that the dress must be uncomfortable. He encourages her to be patient until the end of the event, and Sarah agrees. The maid then reminds Jamie that he also needs to change into appropriate attire. After everyone is ready, they head to the banquet hall, where the event is just beginning. Jamie looks around, marveling at the grandeur of the ballroom. He reflects on how luxurious it appears, wondering if ballrooms have always been this opulent. Sitting at the table, he asks if Count Simon really enjoys all this extravagance. Sears confirms that he does, and adds that Jamie will be even more surprised when he meets the Count in person. Other ladies in the hall notice Sears and greet her warmly, complimenting her beauty. One remarks on how elegant her dress is, noting that it is made from organic cotton grown on the Welton family's lands, and personally designed by Sears to be worn in winter. Sears gracefully thanks them for their kind words. Meanwhile, Jamie watches with distaste, recognizing their attempts to ingratiate themselves with the Welton family. He thinks about how such sycophants remind him of people from his past who flattered the gods. Despite his disgust, he is relieved that his mother knows how to handle such people. A man steps into the center of the hall and loudly calls for attention. Introducing himself as Rywal Banner, a member of Regan's administrative bodies, he welcomes everyone to Count Simon's ball. After a brief speech, he announces that the Count and his family will be arriving shortly and asks everyone to take their seats. Gesturing toward the entrance, the sound of footsteps fills the hall as the red-haired Count Simon makes his entrance. Jamie feels a wave of nervousness as he sees him. The Count greets everyone warmly, expressing his hope that they will enjoy the event. As the Count moves through the hall, Jamie carefully observes him, noting his powerful presence. Comparing him to Marquis Linmel, Jamie speculates that Count Simon might even be stronger. As Simon approaches their table, Jamie becomes even more intrigued, thinking that the Red Lotus magician exceeds his expectations. The Count, accompanied by his wife, approaches Sears from behind and greets her warmly, complimenting her appearance and noting how much better she looks than last year. Sears rises from her chair and thanks him, teasingly asking him not to bring up the past. She returns the sentiment, expressing gladness that he is in good health. Simon inquires about Count Welton's absence, and Sears explains that he will arrive later due to some pressing matters. The Count acknowledges this with understanding. Turning his attention to Jamie, Simon asks if this is her son. Sears confirms, introducing Jamie and Sarah as her children. She encourages them to greet the Count, and they promptly do so, introducing themselves with politeness. The Count's wife compliments their beauty, and Sears adds that her children are also very smart. The Count's wife laughs, acknowledging her words. Simon fixes his gaze on Jamie, scrutinizing him intently. Jamie realizes he is being assessed and, confident in his abilities, welcomes the scrutiny, even feeling eager to display his strength. Simon's lips curl into a subtle smile, and he addresses Jamie, confirming his name. Jamie smiles in response, affirming it. The Count then states that they will talk later, to which Jamie agrees. Simon moves on to greet other guests, leaving Jamie impressed. Jamie reflects that Count Simon has surpassed all his expectations and eagerly anticipates their next meeting. Everyone gathers to greet Count Simon, and his wife warmly encourages the Welton family to make themselves comfortable. One of the Count's sons frowns as he observes Jamie, who is asking his mother when his father will arrive. Sears replies that she expects him closer to midnight. The Count's family takes their seats at their table, and one of the boys asks his father what he thinks of Earl Welton's son. The Count, mildly amused, asks why a 10-year-old child interests him so much. His son explains that while Jamie is young now, he will one day lead the Welton family. Being of a similar age, it seems worthwhile to get to know him. The Count remains silent, contemplating. He has heard rumors about Jamie showing leadership qualities among noble children, and it appears his son seeks his approval by befriending Jamie. Finding this amusing, the Count decides to humor him and praises his son's foresight. His son, slightly pleased, presses further, asking if the Count can share more about Jamie. Instead, the Count deflects by suggesting they focus on the meal, and his son reluctantly agrees. As they eat, the Count's wife gently advises her son to get along with Jamie, emphasizing the long-standing alliance between their families. Her son assures her not to worry, and she smiles, satisfied with his response. Despite this outward compliance, the boy privately dismisses the idea of befriending Jamie, imagining a future where Jamie kneels before him, earning his father's approval. He pictures his father's proud hand on his shoulder, which fuels his ambition. Meanwhile, his older brother, silently observing the exchange, grins knowingly. As the banquet progresses, guests begin rising from their tables. Sears reminds Jamie to make friends with everyone. Jamie agrees outwardly, but privately thinks he doesn't need friends and will instead find a quiet place to spend his time. Excusing himself, he wanders into the estate's backyard and finds a luxurious garden with a gazebo and greenhouse. He admires the scenery, noting that Count Simon's wealth extends beyond magic, and hopes to meet him again soon. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his thoughts, asking whom he is talking to. Jamie instinctively casts a spell on his weapon and turns, pointing the tip of a magical spear at the girl standing behind him. Realizing she poses no threat, he withdraws his weapon just in time. The girl, startled, exclaims at his sudden attack. Jamie, unfazed, retorts that sneaking up on someone unannounced is equally questionable. The girl, offended, calls his actions rude, but Jamie coldly replies that she is lucky to be alive. She falls silent, and Jamie demands to know who she is and how she has managed to sneak up on him. Smiling coyly, the girl teases him, questioning whether she should reveal her identity after such behavior. Jamie finds her demeanor irritating, disliking her tone and the fact that she has managed to surprise him. He declares that he isn't in the mood to deal with her antics and, without warning, fires a magical air bullet between her legs, leaving a depression in the ground. The girl, frightened, stares at the damage. Jamie explains that the air bullet is second-level magic and can be fatal without proper magical defense. He warns her to be cautious before pushing him further. Terrified, the girl quickly introduces herself as Ash Valle, the eldest daughter of Viscount Valle and a spiritualist of spirits. Jamie recognizes the term spiritualist as referring to magicians who form contracts with nature spirits. Spiritualists are rare and highly regarded, often earning noble titles. Jamie reflects on how remarkable it is for someone his age to already be a spiritualist. Such individuals typically begin studying at 10 years old, but Ash seems to be a prodigy. When Ash demands to know who he is, Jamie notes her determination and dislike for losing. He introduces himself as Jamie Welton, heir to the Earl of Welton, and expresses his pleasure in meeting her. He thinks about the Val family's loyalty to his own, which adds significance to their meeting. Ash, surprised by his identity, hesitates to respond. Meanwhile, Earl Welton interrogates the leader of Livel, a criminal gang. Standing over the man, the Count expresses his disgust at their involvement in human trafficking. He notes that while the gang has been useful at times, this betrayal is unforgivable. As the man begs for mercy, coughing up blood, the Count coldly ignores his pleas. Declaring that only a madman or someone tired of living would commit such an act, he orders the leader to be hanged the next day. The guards carry out his orders, and the Count instructs his men to prepare a carriage for his departure to Regan. As the prisoners are escorted away, a hooded man watches from a tree. Taking out a magic sphere, he reports that the gang has failed and issues instructions to proceed with Plan B. Jamie wanders through the garden, noticing Ash following him closely. He abruptly stops, turns to her, and demands to know why she is trailing him. He dismisses her, saying that her father being his father's vassal means nothing. Ash lowers her eyes, hesitates, and begins to speak, but Jamie cuts her off, telling her to stop speaking so cryptically. He announces that he is heading back and instructs her not to follow. However, Ash grabs his hand, prompting an annoyed Jamie to question if she is serious. He turns back to her and asks why she keeps pestering him. Ash replies that she has never met someone her own age before and wants to be his friend. Jamie, surprised, silently processes her reasoning. He thinks it strange, considering he has never imagined such a motive. To him, friends are unnecessary. He reasons that while friends might be important for someone like her, it isn't his concern. Walking away, he tells her to find someone else, repeating that he doesn't need friends. Ash calls after him, frustrated, and shouts that he is a pest before finally leaving him alone. Jamie reflects on her words, reaffirming to himself that he doesn't need friends. He thinks she doesn't understand that friendship, like any other relationship, is irrational. Memories from his past resurface, angering him as he blames her for reminding him of something unpleasant. Lost in his thoughts, Jamie is suddenly interrupted by someone calling out to him. Turning, he sees a red-haired boy with a group of friends. Jamie instantly recognizes him as the son of Count Simon. The boy addresses Jamie, but Jamie's curt reply surprises him. One of the boys in the group questions Jamie's disrespectful tone, and another identifies the red-haired boy as Alf, the eldest son and heir of the Simon family. Jamie dismisses them as noisy, raising his index finger and casting a silencing spell. The group falls silent, unable to utter a word. Alf, nervous, asks if Jamie has just used a silencing spell on them. Jamie smirks and acknowledges that Alf recognizes the spell, remarking that Alf is slightly better than his companions, whom he calls monkeys. Alf, irritated, calls Jamie smug and reminds him that he is older. Jamie retorts that Alf should get straight to the point before he silences him as well. Waving his hand lightly, Jamie causes Alf to cough into his fist. Regaining his composure, Alf smiles and assures Jamie he isn't looking for a fight, but merely wants to chat. He compliments Jamie, marveling at his ability to use silent spells, which he describes as incredible. Jamie abruptly asks who Alf is, dismissing Alf's words as useless chatter. He instructs him to leave. Alf, taken aback, asks if Jamie truly doesn't know who he is. Jamie replies that he is well aware Alf is the son of Count Simon. Slightly reassured, Alf says he is glad Jamie knows, as he had almost been disappointed. He suggests that since they are both heirs to noble houses, they should have no communication issues. Jamie silently observes Alf, thinking that if he hadn't demonstrated his magical skills, Alf and his friends might have tried to force friendship upon him. Alf continues, stating that since they are destined to become central figures among the nobility of the eastern region, it makes sense to establish a friendship now. Jamie understands Alf's intentions clearly. He wants to dominate him. Sighing, Jamie thinks about how tiresome it is to listen to such pitiful attempts. He firmly replies that he isn't interested in Alf, his ideas, or even continuing the conversation. He tells Alf to leave, as there is nothing more to discuss. Alf, taken aback by the rejection, asks angrily if Jamie has just refused him. The blatant refusal irritates him. Drawing his magic staff, Alf declares his intention to crush Jamie's magic and force him into submission. Smiling confidently, he points his staff at Jamie and awaits his response. Jamie chuckles, noting that Alf has intended to use brute force all along. Alf admits as much, explaining that he adjusted his approach after witnessing Jamie's magical abilities, but is now reverting to his usual tactics. Jamie's expression darkens with disgust at Alf's duplicity, especially at such a young age. He questions Alf's assumption that adults will allow him to act recklessly, pointing out that Alf will surely face consequences if anything serious happens. Alf dismisses Jamie's concerns, confidently asserting that no one will see them. He reveals a magical pearl, crushes it, and envelops the area in a magical barrier. Jamie recognizes it as a magical artifact of illusion, which Alf confirms before threatening that Jamie will soon be begging for mercy. Alf dispels Jamie's silencing spell and his friends gasp for air. One of the boys expresses relief, saying he thought he was going to die under the spell. Another angrily accuses Jamie of arrogance, thinking he can get away with anything because of his family name. Jamie observes the artifact's magic dome and thinks it is a clever tool. Ignoring their threats, he finds their arrogance amusing. One of the boys, frustrated by Jamie's silence, shouts that there will be no mercy. Jamie, unfazed, remarks on how interesting the situation is. Alf, assuming Jamie is oblivious to the gravity of his predicament, begins to make a grand statement about the Welton family, but is abruptly interrupted when Jamie casts a spell. Jamie simply tells them to suffer. Blood flows from their eyes and mouths as they writhe in agony. Jamie warns them not to disable the artifact, smiling as he adds that if they do, everyone will witness their torment. The boys scream in pain, and after a while, the spell ends. Jamie has already left, leaving them to recover from their ordeal. As the boys regain their senses, one pleads for help, and another complains of an unbearable headache. Alf stands up shakily, vomiting and coughing as he spits out drool. Overwhelmed, he thinks about how close he has been to death. Realizing Jamie's superior strength, he laments his own weakness. He acknowledges that Jamie is a 4th-rank mage while he is only a 2nd-rank mage, which makes him feel utterly inadequate. Tears stream down Alf's face as he questions why things have turned out this way. He wonders how someone from the Welton family, known for their swordsmanship, can possess such extraordinary magical talent. Consumed by jealousy, Alf resolves to crush Jamie's abilities and ensure he will never wield magic again. Slowly rising to his feet, Alf vows that he won't forgive Jamie and will make him pay for this humiliation. The boys return to the estate after their encounter with Jamie. One of Alf's friends nervously asks if using the magical artifact was truly the right decision, given its dangerous nature. Alf dismisses his concerns, telling him to stay quiet and follow along. Suddenly, Alf's younger brother Lennon calls out to him. Turning toward Lennon, Alf asks why he is there. Lennon smirks and replies that his presence should make Alf happy. He reveals another artifact, stating that no younger brother could stay calm after hearing his elder sibling had been humiliated. Alf is taken aback and asks how Lennon has acquired such a dangerous item. Lennon evades the question, handing over the artifact and encouraging Alf to teach Jamie a lesson. Alf grins, agreeing that its origins don't matter. What matters is using it to destroy Jamie. Clutching the artifact, Alf resolves to exact his revenge. Later that evening, Count Welton arrives at the estate. Count Simon personally greets him with a smile, shaking his hand. Count Welton jokes about the personal greeting, asking if the sun will soon rise in the west. The two exchange pleasantries before heading to the reception area. As they settle in, Count Welton inquires about the success of the event. Count Simon casually mentions meeting Welton's son, prompting the Earl to ask for his opinion of Jamie. Simon remarks on Jamie's quick response and comments that it is clear Welton dotes on his children. Count Welton laughs, admitting that he lives for his children. Simon, looking wistful, says he envies him. Sensing a deeper meaning, Count Welton asks if Simon's circumstances remain unchanged. Avoiding the question, Simon shifts the topic, expressing his amazement at Jamie's talents. Welton, seeing through Simon's vague statements, smiles and asks if Simon believes Jamie to be exceptionally talented. Simon clarifies that talent isn't sufficient to describe Jamie. He declares Jamie the most gifted individual he's ever encountered, possibly in all of human history. Count Welton removes his gloves, recalling that Marquis Linmell has expressed a similar sentiment. Simon, intrigued, asks how Marquis met Jamie. Welton explains that he is
Thank you. Thank you. This guy's streaming right now. He and also doing. He started before me, but he's streaming too. No, I ain't see it yet. I should see it. Like one thing as a artist, a digital artist, you gotta see it constantly, relevant. No crashes. Did he head out? I think I should call her 19. Be picking up soon. So I might get 6 hours of sleep, or I get 6 hours of sleep, just like that. Who knows? But we can see. Yeah, I just try not to get burned out now. I reached so far already in this thing already. So far, this is it. Once it color and stuff, once I put on the clothes and everything on it, there's all that's gonna be, as you see the little design on this side here, all that's going on this. all this covering that. Belt, touch, everything getting animated now. So this could be moving in the wind, moving in the wind. See, this be just one little tag thing here, but these little two things here will be moving in the wind. Let's do. But I animate everything, well detail. So that'll be moving in the wind and getting out to animation, and once you turn and you charge up and power side of float from him and stuff like that, the whole shebang, shebang, shebang. But I'm gonna change up some things too though. When it comes to the put on to. Try and get like something similar, but think of start here ahead, body, wrapping on the head. Yeah, top, it could be below, the here, being the on top and below. Uh, so, so that's gonna be on its own layout. So by the time I done with this, I got my done my a good animation. Yeah, it's coming along. Slowly, make sure I save it. You always have to save your work. Save it. Slowly but surely. That's how I animate. My body, your clothes, everything had to be animated separately. That's just me. That the kind of control you just get in Clip Studio now. And when it comes to coloring, trust me, you're gonna see that in a bit. Everything else, making sure everything clean up and line up, the hair done, the clothing done. Once everything done, then I could go into doing the shades and the highlights. After I don't get that out of the way, I'll put the highlights. You have to drop in the colors, make everything finish as fast. When you see comes in colors, that can be easy. Once I play the highlight, once I play the lines and things for where the shadows and the highlights go and be, once I drop it in, the colors and things for the shading, guys, I do the shadings first. So once I do the shadings first, thanks to the subscribe, thanks, thank you, thank you. I make a simple animation tutorial on how to animate in Clip Studio. And trust me, I just make the tutorials on them detailed enough so people could follow. Any kind of, well, anybody who speaks different languages now. My videos is more visual than just talking a pack of nonsense than most videos on YouTube. What they normally do, just talk over the video and don't really show nothing much and you'll be chasing the cursors. I don't do that. I actually zooms in on certain things and show you, basically grabbing your attention so you'll be able to see what to do while moving forward. I most of my videos on them to tell you the truth on YouTube. That grab your audience attention in order for them to follow, regardless of what language they speak. So if they speak in a different language, visually they'll be able to follow along due to how you edit your video. It's something most content creators don't do. Very few of them just do it, not all of them. I already see the patterns already as it is, so I know what to do when it comes to it. 3 a.m., about 4 minutes past 3 in the morning. It's about that time to go hit the sun. So I'm gonna take off my gloves. Yep. You like the video I made on the Clip Studio? Yeah, that is one thing. Straight to the point. I just see it when I go and watch a video on YouTube and the person talking a pack of nonsense before they show you anything and just wasting your time because they're just trying to get watch time. And on YouTube, you get about 40, 48, so some 48,000 watch hours on your videos, and then you have pay to be eligible to start getting free on it. So some nonsense like that. Yeah, it is what it is. Yes, everybody different. Everybody is different. But that, thank you for coming. Thank you for subscribing, and I shall be back later on today because it's not tomorrow. Today is today. because it's 3 a.m. So in a few hours, I'll be back. About 6 or 7, depends, hours. I'll be back. Alright, so you have a wonderful morning. You guys keep safe, keep healthy wherever you are in the world. I am out. Goodbye. Thanks for coming again. You guys rock. Stay healthy.